A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. You who are friends of Mary Sothern know that one of her outstanding characteristics is a good, strong streak of determination, exercised whenever she feels she's doing the right thing. So no doubt you aren't at all surprised when Mary decided to go to Chicago and ask the famous Dr. DeRoy to come to the aid of Phyllis, Max's triple sister. Mr. Barton, a wealthy friend, failed in his attempt to persuade the doctor to come to Sanders, and frankly, it does seem that Mary hasn't a chance of accomplishing the same thing. This evening, she left Sanders on the 6 o'clock train. This train brings her into Chicago at 8 o'clock, which, as Mary doesn't know, is the identical hour Dr. DeRoy is leaving. It is a little past 8 this same evening, and the Sanders household is a very dreary place without Mary. The weather outside hasn't helped any either. Dark and rainy, and a stiff wind has blown up. Max and Daddy Stratford sit disconsolately in front of the fireplace. A small table lamp is the only light they've bothered to turn on. Daddy pokes half-heartedly at the small fire.
Looks like our fire's about ready to give up the ghost.
Well, we'll be hitting the hay soon, Daddy.
Guess we might as well. Ain't much to do inside, and there ain't nothing you can do outside with the rain coming down like it is.
Yeah, good weather for ducks.
That's an original quack.
Anyway.
Mary must be getting into Chicago about now.
Yeah, just about. They told me the train would be a half hour late on account of the rain. It's 8:30 now.
Seems like she's been going a week instead of just the first few hours.
Cut it out, Daddy. I'm so darn lonesome I can blubber.
I know how you feel. Funny how concerned the empty house can get without a woman.
Yeah, it's kind of like the heart or something is missing. Dead around the joint.
Say, you suppose she'll have any luck getting that doc to come here and see our Phyllis?
You can't tell what that foreign pill roller will do.
You gotta hand it to Mary for having the nerve to take a crack at him anyway.
You said it, pal. You said it.
Looks like our fire's out for good now. I think I'll tune in. You coming?
No, not right now, Mary. I got something to figure out. Take a look at the kids, will you, Daddy?
I'll see if the little tykes are tucked in.
Yeah, all right. Sleep tight, pal, and thanks for staying over.
Oh, forget it. It's a pleasure. Night, son.
Good night, Daddy. Good night. Let's see what I put on this porch. There'll be something on this desk. Gosh, I wish Mary was here. I can't find a thing. She's not around. It's sure blowing up outside. Holy mackerel, don't tell me somebody's out on a night like this. I must be hearing things. Oh, I guess I ain't. Somebody at the front door.
Hiya, Max. Change. Take it easy, pal. I ain't down the block. I'm right here on the porch.
Yeah, I see you all right, Schmier, but, well...
Oh, come on. Let me in. Find out welcome.
I don't know yet. Get in here out of the drink, anyway.
Sure is an inclement night, ain't it?
Yeah.
Guess maybe I was kind of a surprise package tonight, huh?
No. I was expecting you and Paul Revere. Sit down.
Well, I didn't exactly figure you'd have a candle burning in the window. I thought maybe you wouldn't mind if I dropped in and said hello.
Well, sure. I'm glad to see you, pal, but you should have sent me a cable or something first.
Yeah, for what? Well, so you could have the cops on the welcoming committee?
Hey, what are you trying to do? Insult me? Maybe I'm not a bird of paradise, but I'm not a stool pigeon either.
Okay. Skip it, I'm kind of touchy, that's all. You get that way when you've been ducking the coppers for as long as I have.
Yeah, I guess so.
Been traveling all around since I landed out of here after that gambling raid.
Yeah, I can imagine, but how come you busted into Sanders tonight? This town ain't a cradle of love for you, Cheney, you know.
Yeah, I know that, but I was on my way to Chicago, and I had to go through this Bergen. Well, it's a rotten night, dark, and it's raining so hard, I says to myself, what the devil, I'll drop in and say hello to my old pal, Max.
Well, you're taking a chance.
Well, I don't care about the chance.
You don't care about... Have you gone nuts, Cheney?
Maybe, but skip that right now. How'd you come out of your little squabble with the DA?
Not so good. I'm just out on bail.
But you weren't in with the gang. Didn't you tell them you were trying to help the state?
Telling them and making believe it is two different things. All they could see was that you and I were mixed up in a tough gambling ring. You scrammed, and somebody had to go to the clink. So I was around handy, and they tossed me in.
Must have just about killed that swell wife of yours.
Mary stuck like no guy ever deserved to have a wife stick. She helped raise the bail to get me out.
Boy, you're a lucky dog having a dame like that. You must have been born in a bed of four-leaf clovers.
You're telling me. Oh, yeah, I'm missing her plenty tonight, too.
Why, is she here?
No, she went to Chicago late this afternoon.
It's too bad. I didn't know that. I could have gotten here sooner and drove her up.
Yeah, she'd have had a nice, peaceful drive, ducking cops and police stations all the way.
Oh. Hey, you're right, Max. You know, for a minute, I forgot I can't live like regular other people.
I didn't forget. I'm in a spot, too, brother.
Yeah, I guess you are if they're still holding that phony charge over your head. You might even ride if they have a trial.
Yeah, there's a darn good chance of it. I ain't no cream puff, but right now I can't afford to let them lock me up.
That's something special on the fire, kid?
Sure, I just closed the deal for a swell new factory to be built in this town. If I don't keep out of the cooler, I won't be able to take care of all that business.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, what was that?
Nothing. Probably the wind hitting the branches up against the window, that's all.
Aren't you sure? Maybe somebody saw you coming.
Oh, what if they did? I'm tired of the way I've been living for the past few months, always ducking people, changing cars every week or so, and traveling on back roads. It's got me punchy.
There ain't much else you can do.
I don't know about that.
What?
Riding alone at night, she gets to thinking a lot of crazy thoughts.
Like what?
Max, I've decided to give myself up.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm throwing in the sponge, Max. Whatever they give me is better than I'll get if I keep on going.
Well, now, wait a minute, Cheney. Wait a minute. Now, don't go rushing into things.
Max, I can't figure you out. I thought you'd be the last guy in the world that had anything to say against me going straight.
Well, I'm not saying anything against it, pal. I was just like you until Mary came along and straightened me out.
Well, I got kind of a yen for something like that to happen to me. I'd like to do my stint, and then after I come out, find some nice little woman who'd settle down and straighten me out. Oh, what a job she does.
Oh, it's the only life, Cheney. The trouble is, this is a bad time to give yourself up.
It sounds screwy, Max. With the hounds on my heels and the way they are, it's getting close to the time when I gotta shoot it out or get shot.
Oh, but you're not a killer, Cheney.
No. That's why I'd like to be the guy to get a nice quick bullet. Well, I'm sissy enough not to like shooting. I put on a lug act, but that's about all. You got any reason for me not to do it?
Yeah, but it ain't good enough. You see, when you get caught, they put me back in jail with you.
Oh, I get it now. They need me for a witness before they can start your trial.
Yeah, that's it. Believe me, there's a couple of people in this town who'd love to see me put away for life.
Do you know what to do with people like that?
No, you can't get tough, Cheney. Now, you have to use your head. There's a guy by the name of Gerald Proust who's been trying to edge in on the factory deal. So far, I've kept one step ahead of him.
Uh-huh. If you get locked up, he's liable to take over the work.
Sure. He's just waiting for the chance.
And I guess if something like that happened, it'd mean curtains for you in this town, eh?
Yeah.
You'd be back right where you started. Just a mug like I am now, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Not that I mean you're so bad, Cheney.
Skip it, darling. I know I'm no Lily.
Well, neither was I. I got a lucky break, that's all.
Well, that's the kind of a break I want. That's why I want to give myself up.
Sure. I know just how you feel.
But if I do that, you'll be in the soup. I don't like the idea of getting my happiness by robbing somebody else of theirs.
Now, listen, pal. You can't change the world. The whole thing's run kind of like a card game. Somebody has to lose so the other fellow can win. Just the way life is, that's all. We just have to play the game the best way we know how. And the fellow that loses shouldn't squawk. So you just make up your mind and I can take the consequences.
It's a pathetic situation, isn't it? These two men, Max and Cheney, both wanting to do the right thing. Yet, regardless of what they do, one of them almost certain to be hurt. Can you think of any way out of this heartbreaking dilemma?
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our program, a man who has successfully run the gamut of show business from A to Z, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was the nicest introduction you've ever given me. And you're absolutely right. My career has covered show business from A to Z.
From actor to zombie.
Mary, that wasn't a nice thing to... Mary, what's a zombie?
A zombie is a man who came to a fork in the road. He went one way and his blood went the other.
What? That's right, Jack. A zombie is a man with hollow eyes, a vacant stare, and although he's really dead, he still walks around.
So that's... Mary, how many times have I told you not to mention Fred Allen on this program? I mean, especially so early. Let me get rolling first.
Oh, Jack, you and Alan, I think it's about time you two stop picking on each other.
Well, it isn't as simple as that. This grudge goes way back to our vaudeville days. Alan was always mad because the audience used to throw things at him and they never threw anything at me.
What are you talking about? You learned how to play tennis by hitting the tomatoes back with your violin.
Tennis, Mary, you know that isn't true.
Then why did they book your act into Forest Hills?
They wanted a little music because Helen Wills was moody. Ad-lib with me, will you, sister? All right, what are you laughing at?
People don't throw things at you.
They don't.
Look what happened a few weeks ago when you played your violin at the Hollywood Bowl.
Mary.
At the end of the concert, you had so much fruit in your hair, you looked like Carmen Miranda.
Oh, stop making up a lot of things. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from the San Fernando Valley Gazette.
Oh, are you a reporter?
Well, what do you think I am with this pencil in my ear? A desk set?
I always have to run into him. Well, what is it you want, Mr.
Schlagelmeyer.
Schlagelmeyer?
When you say that, smile.
Oh.
My paper sent me here to get a story about that contest you mentioned last week.
Well, Mr. Schlagelmeyer, I don't know any more about that contest than you do. Right now I'm waiting for my press agent to come over and give us all the details.
Oh, well, then I'll hang around and take a few notes.
Well, we're trying to do a program, so why don't you just sit down, Mr. Schlagelmeyer?
Westbrook Schlagelmeyer.
All right. You know, Mary, people have been phoning me all week about this contest.
Well, Jack, what kind of a contest is it going to be?
I wish I knew. The whole thing is Steve Bradley's idea. Imagine me giving away $10,000.
I can't imagine it either.
That was your San Fernando right out of the valley.
Schmagelmeyer, please. Anyway, it isn't that I care about the money.
I believe that, Jack. I think the whole idea about you being cheap is just a gag.
A gag, huh? Let me tell you something, Don. Jack doesn't trust anybody.
What?
When he goes to bed at night, he puts his money in his mouth and rubs alum on his lips.
did that once. Now, let's get on with the...
Pardon me. How do you spell Allen?
A.L. Schlagelmeyer. That's not for publication.
Oh, Jack, what are you worried about? He's in such a small paper, the San Fernando Gazette. That has no circulation.
I beg your pardon, madam. My column is syndicated throughout.
Throughout what?
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Listen, Schlaggy, I have a 93-year-old grandmother who has better circulation than you have. Now, please, let us get on with the program. Phil, get your band ready, and we'll have a... Phil.
Huh? You talking to me, Jackson?
Yeah, it's time for your band number.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but you know how it is with these mystery magazines. You start reading, and then you can't put it down.
Oh, you're reading a mystery magazine. What's the name of it?
Who's Gordon?
Who's Gordon?
Yeah, see, it says so right here on the cover.
Phil, that's House and Garden. Who's Gordon? Look, Phil, just play a number, will you?
Okay, Jackson, okay. But first, I'd like to know more about that contest. What's it all about?
Phil, I don't know what it's about myself. It seems some silly idea my press agent has. He wants me to give away $10,000.
Jack giving away $10,000 like trying to strain the overalls out of Mrs. Murphy's chowder.
No, stop.
I wouldn't say that, Libby. I was out with Jackson the other night, and he picked up the check.
He did?
Yeah, he looked at it, added it up, it was correct, and handed it to me.
Now, listen.
Don't get conceited, Phil. He does that with everybody.
All right, kids, all right. Are you through?
No, I've got one.
You sit down.
You're just mad because my haircut is rounder than yours.
It is not. Now, will you please be quiet and let us get on with the... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, this must be Phil Harris's little girl. How are you, darling?
Fine.
And how's your mother?
She's fine, too. Right now she's in the living room sewing.
Sewing? Oh, is Mommy making you a cute little dress?
No, she's mending the rip on Daddy's pool table.
Oh, I see.
Can I talk to my daddy now?
Yes, darling. Phil, it's for you. It's your little daughter.
Oh, thanks, Jackson. Hand me the phone. Hello, honey.
Hello, Hotshot.
Look, how come you call me while I'm on the air, honey?
Well, Mommy made me call. She said I have to tell you I was a bad girl today.
No.
Yeah. I was playing around the phonograph and I pushed over a whole bunch of records.
But, baby, I've told you dozens of times never to go near those recordings. Now, did you break any of them?
Yes, I broke 26 records of. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, honey, that's awful.
I broke them right in the part that goes, ham hocks and turnip greens, you and me and New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's my girl that said that. You know, darling, when you were a little tiny baby, I used to sing you to sleep with that song.
Uh-huh, I could hardly wait to grow up.
Yeah, well, you better hang up now, sweetheart.
All right. Oh, Daddy, I've been listening to the program. And is Mr. Benny really going to give away $10,000?
Yes, darling, I think so.
This I gotta see.
Well, you'll find out. Look, darling, you better hang up now. And remember, your date Big Daddy loves your ittle bitty babykins.
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, honey.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Gee, she must be a cute kid.
She certainly is, Jack. I saw her the other day at the farmer's market with Alice. They were buying a head of cabbage.
Oh, gee, Libby, I wish I hadn't heard that. Now I know what I'm going to get for Christmas.
A head of cabbage for Christmas? That's ridiculous.
No, it ain't. I've got everything else.
You got a cabbage head, too.
You know, Phil, I wish I'd had a chance to talk to Alice because I know the perfect gift for Christmas.
We know, Don, we know. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
No, Jack, that's not it at all.
What? Not a carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes?
No, certainly not.
But, Don, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, I know that, but the way I look at it is...
Think, man, think. LS, MFT.
I can't help it. My mind's made up.
But, Don, what could be better for Christmas, for a Christmas gift than a carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes?
2 cartons, 1 for each stocking.
Oh, boy. For a minute, I thought I was going to...
Jack, stop looking at your Social Security.
You know, it wouldn't hurt if we rehearsed this program. Phil, go ahead and play a number, will you? Okay, come on. Beyond the Rainbow from the newest Broadway hit, Are You With It? Played by Phil Harris and his 18 gentlemen. And now, folks...
Thanks, Jackson. I'm glad you called my boys gentlemen.
Well, I can't call them musicians. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, talking about Are You With It, didn't 2 of your writers write that show?
Yeah.
Well, you ought to be proud. What are you mad about?
Look, I give them the summer off. They go to New York, write a hit show, come back and make my life miserable.
What do you mean, Jack?
Every time they come in with a radio script and I happen to say that joke isn't funny, they tear out the page and jam it down my throat. They can stop already. I'm getting so round, so firm, so fully packed. When they say that's a belly laugh, they're not kidding.
Well, Jack, if you feel that way about your writers, why don't you get rid of them?
I can't. They got me signed for 2 years yet. Oh, well.
Pardon me. How do you spell throat?
Schlag, will you please sit down? Now what? Hello?
Hello? I'd like to get some information about the contest you talked about last week.
Look, fella, I don't know anything about the contest yet. I've got to wait until my press agent gets here.
Well, when you get all the dope, will you please call me at MGM?
Oh, Metro Goldwyn Mayer?
No, Moe's Gypsy Motel.
Look, just listen in and you'll hear it. Goodbye. Wish people wouldn't bother me in the middle of a show. I'm going to tell the operator not to let any more calls come through.
Oh, Mabel, what is it, Gatesville? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Oh, yeah, I wonder what Lady Esther wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny? All right, no more calls unless they're important. What? No, I'm busy tonight. Say, Mabel, I wonder what kind of a contest he's going to have. Yeah, I can't imagine Mr. Benny giving away $10,000. Neither can I. I'll bet he marries the winner. But supposing a man wins it? If I know Mr. Benny, he'll dress up like Charlie's aunt, have an early ceremony, and make a quick trip to Reno. Yeah, I'll bet he would. Say, Gertrude, I wonder what Mr. Benny puts on his lips. Why? I went out with him once, kissed him goodnight, and I couldn't open my mouth for 3 days. Why, Mabel Flapsaddle, you just made that up. No, Gertrude, it's the truth. Cross my switchboard and hope to dial Van Johnson. Gee, Van Johnson, what a face. 2 baby blue eyes gazing out through a cluster of beautiful freckles. Stop talking about him. My nostrils are twitching. You know, Gertrude, he's the answer to National Broadcasting Company. I'm sorry, but Mr. Benny cannot be disturbed. You're welcome.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Hello?
You had to call, Mr. Benny, but I didn't let them disturb you.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. That Mabel Flapsaddle is so silly. Hasn't got a brain in her snood.
Say, Jack, I wish your press agent Steve Bradley would get here. I'm kind of anxious to know about that contest.
So am I. I can't understand what's keeping... Oh, my goodness. How many times do I have to tell that operator to... Look, if you don't stop calling, I won't take you dancing anymore.
Oh, boss, come now.
What?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Now he tells me. What do you want, Rochester?
I called to tell you there's been a little excitement here at the house.
Excitement? What happened?
Well, the milkman turned his truck into our driveway and it got loose from him and ran all over the front yard.
Did he hit anything?
You know that big willow tree by the house?
Yes.
Well, it's really got something to weep about now.
Oh, my goodness.
Then he bounced off the tree and knocked over the bird bath.
The bird bath?
Yeah, and I just hung up clean guest house.
Wouldn't you know it? What else happened?
Then he crashed into the front of the house and broke milk bottles all over the place.
You mean my front lawn is covered with broken milk bottles?
Milk bottles, policemen, and cats.
Holy smoke, I can imagine what my lawn looks like.
Yeah, you ought to see those cats lapping up the milk and spitting out the grass.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Not only that, a Cocker Spaniel ran up on the lawn and jumped right into the middle of everything.
Good. Did the Cocker Spaniel chase the cats off?
Chase them off. They're using his ears for napkins.
Rochester, stop being funny.
Do you really want me to?
No, go on. Anyway, I don't believe a word of this.
It's true, boss. It happened about 2 hours ago.
Well, what's on the lawn now?
Broken bottles and fat cats.
Roll them off, and I'll be home right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, that is.
I never saw anything like it. Every time I leave the house, something happens.
What happened now?
A delivery truck got loose on my front lawn and broke about 100-quart bottles.
No, Jackson. No.
Still, it was milk.
Oh.
I knew it wouldn't worry you too much in there. Anyway, when I get home, I've got a lot of things. Oh, come in.
Hi, buddy. Hello, everybody. Hello. It's me, Bradley, Steve Bradley.
Well, Steve, it's about time you got here. I've been up in the air all week about this contest idea of yours.
Now, wait till you hear this. Sit down, everybody. Sit down. Let me do the talking. Now, about this contest, Benny, this is the greatest thing to hit radio since LS was introduced to MFT.
All right. What is it?
Pardon me. How do you spell MFT?
Quiet, Slob. Go ahead, Steve.
All right, listen, Benny, and listen carefully.
Yes. What's the contest?
I'm coming to that. Now, for years, programs have been having contests. They ask the listeners to write letters on why I like this, why I like that, why I like so-and-so, why I like such and such. People are tired of that stuff. I got something brand new, something that people will enjoy.
All right, what is it?
We're going to ask people all over this country to write in letters in 25 words or less.
Yes?
Telling us why they can't stand Jack Benny.
What? Steve, would you mind repeating that?
Bradley, we're going to ask people to write in letters finishing this simple sentence. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Steve, look at me. Look at me! Have you lost your mind? Have you gone crazy asking people to do that? Why, people like me. They love me.
Wait a minute, Benny, wait a minute.
What?
How many people listen to you every Sunday?
Well, about 30 million.
And how many people are there in the United States?
Well, about 130 million.
There you are. That means that 100 million people don't like you.
What? 100 million people don't like me?
And that's only in this country.
But, Steve, you mean to say that 100 million people don't like me?
100,000,001.
Huh?
Don't let this smile fool you.
Slav.
How do you spell fool?
Sit down. Yes, Mr. Benny, this contest will sweep the nation.
But, Steve, gee, I don't mind if people write in letters why they like Jack Benny, but you've got that awful phrase in there, I can't stand Jack Benny. I mean, can't stand is too hard.
Hey, Jackson, how about despise?
You stay out. Mary, you talk to Steve, will you? Tell him how crazy this whole idea is. I can't do a contest like that.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Maybe it's not so bad. At least it's different.
But, Mary, all those people saying they can't stand me.
Well, look at Fred Allen. He's been saying that for years.
Well, he knows me. I mean, Allen, he should know better.
But, Jackson, there are a lot of other people that feel like Fred Allen does.
Certainly. Now, this will give them a chance to put down on paper what they've been thinking for 14 years.
And for that, I should give away $10,000? I've got an old ridge lamp I'm not using. I mean, wouldn't that be...
No, Benny, it's got to be $10,000, and what's more, it's going to be in victory bonds.
Oh. Well, I like the idea of victory bonds, but... Oh, Mary, I can't go through with a thing like this.
Why not, Jack? I think it's a wonderful idea.
Me too, Jackson.
I like it very much.
I love it, but it's too easy.
I don't know what to do. I mean, it's so horrible. Steve, give me the details again, will you?
All right, listen. People write in letters. I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 25 words or less.
You think they can get it all in 25 words?
Yeah.
All right, then I'll write 50 words.
50 words?
Well, that lets me out.
I don't know. This sounds so ridiculous. $10,000 for writing a letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Jack, put down that pencil. You can't be in it.
Can't they write it in on dollar bills or something? Well, if I'm going to give away victory bonds, I've got as much right to try and win as anybody else. Anyway, I'm not going through it.
Oh, yes, you are. Go ahead, Wilson. Read that announcement I gave you.
But, Steve, let's talk it over a little more.
Too late for that. Go ahead, Wilson. Read it.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is actually taking place and starts right now.
But, Steve...
Now, listen closely. Here are the details. To enter this contest, all you have to do is write a letter completing this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
But, Don...
$10,000 in victory bonds will be awarded for the letters containing the best stated and most convincing reasons.
Mary, do something, will you?
Quiet, Jack. I'm taking this down.
Oh. I'm sorry.
The first prize will be $2,500 in victory bonds. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond.
Look.
And there are 50 additional prizes of $100 victory bonds each. These are all par value bonds. They're worth their face value when you receive them.
Look, how can I go through with this?
All letters become the property of Jack Benny, and no letters will be returned. The decision of the judges will be final, and the supreme judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
Fred Allen?
And his decision will be final.
Oh, no. No, I mean, how can they do this to me? I'm really a nice guy. I grow flowers. I pat little kids on the head. I give milk to cats. How can they do this to me?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is open to everybody except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, the National Broadcasting Company, and Jack Benny's relatives.
My father will kill me. This is awful.
All you have to do is complete this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Oh, my God.
Then mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Remember, the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. This contest is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. The termination date of the contest will be announced on a subsequent program.
Oh, wait a minute, Don. Suppose there's a tie.
Yeah, Steve, suppose there's a tie.
That's impossible, Benny. People can't stand you for different reasons.
I know. In case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded.
Duplicate prizes? Mary, Phil, say something.
Okay, play, boys.
I ought to have my head examined.
How do you spell examine?
Oh, sit down!
Ladies and gentlemen, thousands of thoughtful and grateful Americans are giving Christmas presents to hospitalized servicemen this year. There's one important thing to think of in selecting a gift. It should be appropriate. How can we determine what's appropriate and what isn't? By consulting the camp and hospital committee of your local Red Cross chapter. They'll tell you what types of gifts will best fit the needs of the men. And please remember, if you're mailing the present, do it by December 10th or earlier, if possible.
Jack
Thank
Benny
you.
will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
In
a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's it. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
You said it. LSMFT.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers are on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
49 out of 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
American.
And it is Basil Rysdale for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Phil, I'll rub his wrist while you pour that cold water on his forehead.
Okay.
He's coming around, Phil. Do you feel better, Jack?
Yes, I guess so.
Say, look, Jackson, 3,000 letters came in yesterday telling why they couldn't stand you.
That's my regular fan mail. That don't count. Mary, I'm too weak. You say it.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
Don't delay, folks. Write those letters tonight. Finish the sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less. And mail it to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
You said it. Why, sure. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. The kind of tobacco that means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday, Steve Bradley, Jack Benny's press agent, forced Jack into having a contest. You listeners were asked to write in letters completing the simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because. And believe me, folks, the letters have been pouring in. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where the whole gang is helping Jack open the mail.
Just look at all those letters. I don't know why I let Steve Bradley force me into this contest. It's only been on a week. I bet I've received over 1 million insults already.
Jack, stop exaggerating. You haven't even received 500,000 insults.
I have, too.
Oh, don't be so egotistical.
Never mind, Phil. Just keep sorting those letters. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Here's a letter from a lady right here in Los Angeles.
A letter from... What does she say?
She says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's got the only house in Beverly Hills without mice. If they can't stand him, how can I?
She just made that up. My house is full of mice. So there, I won't give her a prize, believe me.
Well, Mr. Benny, here's a letter from Senator Claghorn.
Senator Claghorn?
Yeah, he's on Fred Allen's program.
Oh. What does the senator say, Larry?
He says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's so corny when he sits down to dinner he butters his ears. His ears, that is.
What? That's a joke, son.
Now, wait a minute.
You're letting them get past you tonight.
Now, cut that out. I don't care anything about him. About him, that is. Now, let's open
Hey,
some...
Jackson, look, here's a letter from a guy who likes you.
Likes me?
Jack, have you been writing in?
No, I haven't, and don't be funny. You know, there are people who like me. Go ahead, Phil. Read that letter.
Okay, now where's the place? Oh, here it is. I think Jack Benny is the most big-hearted man I know.
Big-hearted?
Yeah, see?
Phil, that's pig-headed. I had to tell him yet. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Are you reading any of the contest mail?
Yeah, lots of it.
Good.
You know, boss, 2 more letters and I'll be convinced that I'm working for the wrong man.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. A lot of these letters are very nice.
Of course they are. Listen to this one. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift.
See? Read that again, Mary.
I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift. Signed, Sandy McGregor.
Oh.
And there's 3 cents due on it.
3 cents due. That guy's tighter than Don Wilson in an armchair. Now, kids, we've been all working pretty... Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Now, kids, I know we've been working pretty hard, but let's try and...
Oh, boss, don't forget you got a dinner engagement tonight.
Yes, I know.
A dinner engagement? Where are you going, Jack?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman invited me to dinner tonight. They live right next door, you know.
You invited to the Colemans?
Yes, what's so strange about that? We've been neighbors for about 12 years. Of course, for a while, my success in pictures sort of came between us. You see, Coleman wanted the lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight, but they gave it to me. You see, at his age, they didn't want him to stay up that late. What are you giggling about?
I saw the picture, and you should have gone to bed earlier, too.
Oh, I don't know.
Can't stand Jack Benny. What?
Holly, you can't enter the contest. You're a relative. Anyway, Mary, I better hurry. If Ronnie and Benita took the trouble of sending me an invitation, I don't want to keep them waiting.
Hey, Jackson, look, you mean they sent you an invitation and they live right next door?
Well, that's the dignified thing to do.
You know, I think that dignified stuff is put on the way Coleman keeps giving out with that phony English accent.
What are you talking about? Ronald Coleman's English accent isn't phony.
It isn't, huh? Well, I happen to know that he was born in London.
Phil, where do you think London is?
It's right near Waxahachie, Texas.
Phil, I know about the London in Texas, but it so happens that now, see, now there's a London in England.
Oh, Lend-Lease, huh?
Yes, we get it back in 1956. What a guy.
Say, Jack, I'd like to see that invitation you got from the Colemans.
It's right here in my pocket. And I wish Rochester would be a little more careful with the mail. Fortunately, I found it lying out on the back porch.
Let me see it.
Here it is.
Dear Jack, glad to know you are safely back in America. Benita and I would love to have you for cocktails and dinner Sunday evening. We'll expect you around 8. Ronald Coleman.
There you are.
But what does he mean, back in America?
My trip overseas last summer.
Oh, yeah. I still can't understand it.
Say, boss, you better start getting dressed. It's 7:15.
All right, Rochester, lay out my clothes.
Okay, do you want your tuxedo or your tweed, twill, garbardine, herringbone, serge, palm beach, flannel, plaid, corduroy, worsted?
Well...
Jack, I didn't know you had so many suits.
It's all one suit.
One suit?
Yeah, Taylor was here, left his book of samples, and Mr. Benny hates to see anything go to waste.
Rochester.
Hey, Jackson, if you wear that suit, you'll look like the man who came to dinner and got a lot of it on you.
Don't worry about it. Rochester, the Colemans always dress for dinner, so lay out my tuxedo.
Boss, you better not wear that tuxedo. It's awful tight on you.
Never mind. I'm going to wear it anyway.
Okay, but if you bend over, you're going to have a white Christmas.
I'll be careful. Now, go in the other room and lay out my clothes.
Okay, which shirt do you want to wear? The plain one or the one that lights up and spells LSMFT?
The plain white one tonight.
That's good. The battery's down in the other one anyway.
Well, I have to go through just to get dressed for a dinner engagement. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. How's the contest going?
Fine. Come on in, Don. And, say, what's that sticking out behind you?
An armchair. I couldn't get it off this morning.
Oh, then I was right.
Jack, how about the contest? Have you really been getting a lot of mail?
Oh, certainly.
You ought to see some of the letters, Don. People have so many reasons why they can't stand Jack, and we haven't even heard from Mama yet.
Your mother can't be in it.
Say, Jack, a couple of contest letters came to my house, too, and I brought them over.
Good.
Here's one I'd like to read to you. It's from J.P. Wilkinson of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Now, what's he got to say?
Here it is. I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for 25 years because I live down here where they grow the tobacco. And I've seen Lucky's year after year buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Shona?
As you all know, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The draw, that is.
Don, we all know that, but what's this letter got to do with the contest?
Oh, I'm coming to that, Jack. It's in the P.S.
Oh.
Here it is. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's made of the sadder, the weaker, the naturally cornier jokes.
Don, that letter's more than 50 words, so it doesn't count. Well, I gotta go and get dressed, kid.
Where are you going, Jack?
I'm invited to Ronald Coleman's house for dinner.
You are?
Well, what's so surprising about that? I've been invited to the best homes in Beverly Hills. Only last week I was a guest at Gary Cooper's birthday party.
If you were a guest, why did you have to wait on tables?
I just did that for a gag.
A gag, huh? Then why did the guests put tips under their plate?
They did that for a gag, too.
Then why did you keep the tip?
I can go along with a gag. Now, you kids finish sorting the mail. I gotta run upstairs and get dressed. Come on, Rochester.
who's got eyes that sparkle like a lily sprinkled with dew. Lily Bell, who's got lips as fresh as autumn rain when summer is through. Lily Bell, would you like a sunbeam on a rainy day? You can catch a sunbeam when she smiles your way. Who's got all the leaves aflutter so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. My, you're swell. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell.
These trousers are a little tight. How do I look in my tuxedo, Rochester?
Fine, boy, fine.
I wonder if... Oh, darn it, I dropped my glove.
Don't bend over. I'll get him. I'll get him.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Boss, you better get going. It's 8 o'clock.
No, Rochester, I think I'll be 5 minutes late. It'll make a better impression on the Colemans. I'll bet that Ronnie and Benita are more nervous than I am.
Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, shouldn't you be dressed? You know we're having a guest for dinner.
A guest tonight? Who?
Do you remember? Jack Wellington from London.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I forgot. Good old Wellington. Then you did mail him the note I wrote.
No, I couldn't find the note anywhere. I think it must have blown out of the window. Well, I phoned him instead. He'll be here in a minute.
Oh, splendid, splendid.
Well, aren't you going to dress?
Oh, no, not for Wellington. No, this turtleneck sweater is all right. He likes informality.
Oh, well, then I won't bother either. Look, could you come and help me choose the wine for dinner?
Yes, in a moment, dear, as soon as I finish this letter. Now, let me see. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
You're not entering that silly contest, are you?
Oh, I certainly am.
But, Ronnie, why?
Well, I don't particularly dislike Jack Benny under normal conditions, but for victory bonds, it's not too difficult.
But, darling, he's our next-door neighbor.
Well, I know. Well, think of the advantage that gives us. All the other people just hear him on the radio. But we can look out of our window and get enough reasons to win all the prizes.
Well, I suppose you're right. Well, just this morning I heard Mr. Benny shouting at that valet of his. What's the valet's name again? Oh, you know, it's the same as a city in England.
Liverpool?
Manchester.
Oh, yes, Manchester, yes.
Anyway, Mr. Denny was shouting at the top of his voice about his coffee being weak. And Manchester was shouting back something about he'd been telling him for years that you were only supposed to use the coffee grounds once. That's a promotion.
Yes, I've heard some of those sessions. But they're mild when you compare them to the ones of that Phil Harris fellow.
Phil Harris?
Yes, the way he comes up the sidewalk every morning yelling, "Okay, Jackson, don't be a mug. Harris is here, so bring out the jug." What a remarkable fellow. Say, does he have some connection with Jack Benny's program?
Oh, yes, I understand he leads the orchestra.
Oh, he's a musician.
No, he just leads the orchestra.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, Sherwood?
Mr. Jack Wellington has arrived.
Oh, good.
Oh, come on, Ronnie.
Hello,
Jack!
Wellington over.
Hello, Ronnie, Benita. It's so nice of you to have me over for dinner. I came direct from the tennis court. I hope you don't mind my being in just slacks and a slip over.
No, of course not. We hate formalities.
Tell me, Benita, what are all those mail bags doing in front of the house next door?
Oh, that's Jack Benny's house. He's running a contest.
Jack Benny? Isn't that the fellow that's on the wireless?
Yes.
You know, I just can't stand him. He's...
Wait, don't say it. Don't waste it. Write it down. Write it down. What? Well, that's the contest. Now, we'll tell you about it later.
You Americans do have a peculiar sense of humor.
Well, come on, Ronnie. Get behind the bar and mix us a cocktail.
All right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Coleman.
Yes, Sherwood?
There's a gentleman at the door to see you, sir. Here's his card.
His card? Huh. Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio. And will sing Oh Promise Me at Wedding. Has own tuxedo. Jack Benny here? Well, what in the world could he possibly want?
Maybe it's about his lawnmower. Remember you borrowed it.
Yes, but I returned it.
Well, maybe he wants to give you back the deposit you left on it.
Well, Sherwood, look, tell him I'll call later, and we have a guest for dinner.
But, Mr. Coleman, he said that you were expecting him for dinner.
For dinner? Benita, did you invite Jack Benny for dinner?
No. Are you sure you didn't?
Well, I'm positive.
I say, Ronnie, is this the eccentric chap you were telling me about that's having the contest?
Yes. Well, his coming here is obviously a mistake, but we may as well make the best of an awkward situation. Sherwood, show Mr. Benny in, and then set another place for dinner.
Very good, sir. Follow me, Mr. Benny.
Thank you.
May I take your hat, sir?
No, this is the collapsible type. I just fold it up and put it in my pocket.
As you wish, sir.
Well. Hello, Ronnie, Benita.
Hello, Jack. Come in.
Yes. Come in.
We're just about to have a cocktail.
Mr. Benny, this is our friend Jack Wellington.
Pleased to meet you, old chap.
Well, I didn't expect anyone else to be here, but that's just like the Colemans. Always room for one more. Yes, sir.
Ronnie.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. Well, the cocktails are ready. A toast. Benita, your health. Wellington, happy days. Benny, good luck.
Too hard. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break the glass.
Oh, and that set was 150 years old.
Well, I'm glad I didn't break any of your new stuff. Well, I'll just sit here and read a magazine while you three go and dress. I'll wait.
Oh, no, Jack, old boy. This is just an informal gathering.
Oh.
Mr. Wellington, you're from England, aren't you?
Yes, I am, old fellow.
Yeah, tell me, Wellington, how are things over there?
Well, it's very exciting right now. Getting things going again. Especially recently with the new elections and all.
Yes, I'd love to get away to England if my schedule would permit. I'd like to be there in the spring.
Yes, at that time of the year, everything's so beautiful, especially the Thames.
Yes, the jolly old Thames.
I always take them whenever my stomach's upset. They're very good, you know.
Benita, are you sure you didn't invite him?
I'm positive, darling.
Oh, Benita, I remember your suggesting that I reread Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. I found it even more elevating on the second reading.
That's true in so many cases. I've just reread the H.G. Wells' Anatomy of Frustration.
Well, I'm rather a dull scholar. I'm just starting on the outline of history for the first time.
Have any of you noticed the frightful mess little orphan Annie's in? The poor little blighter. Yes, sir. Yup. Why they put on Yes, sir. Yep. You said it.
Pardon me, but dinner is served.
Thank you, Sherwood.
Come along, let's go into the dining room.
Okay.
No, Mr. Benny, you're not supposed to take my arm.
Oh.
I say, Benny, old boy, you don't take my arm either.
Well, I suppose I ought to take somebody's arm. Well, here we are in the dining room. Chow! Let's sit down. Boy, that was a swell dinner.
Mr. Benny, excuse me, but the way you're teetering from side to side, is that chair uncomfortable?
No, the chair's fine. It's all my fault, silly me. I forgot to take the mothballs out of my pants. Yes, sir, that certainly was a wonderful meal. Yes, sir.
Well, it's getting kind of late.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't realize what time it was.
My, yes, it is getting rather late.
It's only 9:30. Yes, sir. Yup. That time marches on.
Yes, sir.
I guess I better be running along. Time for me to go home. Good night, Mr. Wellington. Very happy to have met you.
Good night, old boy. And with my luck, we'll probably meet again.
Yes, thank you. Good night, Benita and Ronnie. I had a lovely time. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Oh, you're very welcome, I'm sure.
Yes, we were happy to have you.
Thank you.
I'll show you to the door, Jack.
Thank you. Well, good night, Ronnie, old boy. I had a swell time. Say, I'm awfully sorry about Wellington.
Wellington? What do you mean?
Oh, I know you're loyal to your friends, but isn't it awful the way a guy like him can throw a damper on a party?
You know, Jack, there's a lot of truth in what you say.
You're telling me, huh? Well, goodbye. I'm not out yet.
Pardon me.
Well, good night, Ronnie.
Good night.
These are nice people, the Coleman. That Wellington seems to be a nice chap, too. Can't understand him just dropping in uninvited. Oh, well. Oh, darn it, I dropped my gloves. Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman for appearing on my program, and I would also like...
Oh, just a minute, Jack. I've got to read this announcement about the contest.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest is still on. Prizes totaling $10,000 in victory bonds will be awarded for the letters containing the best stated and most convincing reasons. Just complete this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Added to our board of judges will be Goodman Ace of Easy Aces and Peter Lorre.
Him I can't stand.
And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
Him I can't stand either.
The contest will end at midnight, December 24th. The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everybody except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is also subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. Jack will be back in a minute, but first, here is someone else who can't stand him, my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen really know tobacco. And at the tobacco auctions they attend, they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
49 out of 49, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Many things may change with the years, but here's one thing you can depend on always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this week, the USO Camp Shows will celebrate its 4th anniversary. I'm sure all of us know that what USO Camp Shows meant to our men and women overseas. Just the other day, I was glad to learn that there are more units overseas now than ever before, and they'll continue sending their shows as long as our men are over there. I was privileged to wear the USO Camp Shows uniform for 3 overseas trips, and I know all the people in the entertainment field, as well as those who are not, congratulate USO Camp Shows on its 4th anniversary. Thank you and good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday, time for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall Family Druggist.
Good evening. This is your Rexall Family Druggist, taking a little time from behind the prescription counter this Sunday evening to speak for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall sign in our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. They range all the way from aspirin to penicillin, and they're as fine and pure and dependable as science can make them. We druggists recommend them to our customers because we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall Family Druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Walter Scharf in his music, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Phil and Alice have just finished the weekly rehearsal of their radio show, and we find them leaving the studio at NBC.
Hey, Alice, looks like we got a swell show for next week, huh?
Yes, everything sounded great, Phil. Except your song. Do you think you ought to do that type of number?
Well, why not? There ain't nothing wrong with my rendition of Trees. Besides, I can't go on just singing it. Hey, Alice, look at that guy coming toward us. He looks familiar.
Where? Oh, that's Mr. Scott, one of the Rexall executives.
Mr. Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Scott? You mean the guy Frankie and me almost blew up with that chemistry set a few weeks ago?
The same.
Gee whiz, I never met that guy. You know something, honey? I've been trying to reach him and tell him that I'm sorry, but I don't know. He's never in when I call.
Well, here's your chance to meet him and apologize.
Okay, honey, now look. When he gets up here, introduce him to me and give me a big build-up. Send me out.
Okay, I will. Hello, Mr. Scott.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Faye? My, you look charming today.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Scott, may I present...
I meant to call you and tell you how much I enjoyed you on the program last Sunday, Miss Faye.
Oh, thank you. And now may I Did you really like me?
Oh, yes, indeed. I thought your song was out of this world.
Oh, it's nice of you to say that, Mr. Scott. I always like to know that you're happy with what I'm doing.
Rexall makes a cough medicine that could help you. As I was saying, Miss Faye, we feel very fortunate in having a star who is both talented and beautiful.
I knew he'd get around to me.
Oh, Mr. Scott, I'd like to present my husband, Phil Harris.
How do you do, Mr. Scott? I've waited a long time to meet you. Yes, sir. Quite an occasion. Isn't it, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott, I hope you're not mad about what happened with the chemistry set. You know, I didn't mean to almost blow you up with it. I was only just pulling a practical joke around the house. I keep Alice laughing all the time, don't I, honey?
Yes.
Gee, Mr. Scott, you still seem a little bit upset. I'll do anything to make it up to you. I'll tell you what, hey, why don't you come out the house sometime and I'll let you blow me up? Sure, anytime at all.
Will you be home this afternoon? Now, if you will excuse me, I have to run along. Mrs. Scott and I are attending an important dinner this evening. We're having trouble finding someone to sit with our baby daughter. Do you happen to know of a babysitter, Miss Faye?
Well, around the holiday season, they're rather difficult to get.
Nonsense, honey. What are you talking about, difficult? Mr. Scott wants a babysitter. We'll get one for him. Won't be any trouble at all, Scotty.
Can I count on that?
You can bet your wife on it. Don't worry about it. I guarantee to have a babysitter at your house this evening.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. Here's my address. Have the sitter at my house by 7. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Scott. Hey, honey. Guess I fixed everything up with Scotty, huh? All I got to do is get him a babysitter, and I'm in solid.
Mm-hmm. That's all you have to do, huh? Do you realize it's almost impossible to get a sitter at the last moment?
Nothing's impossible for a Harris. Are you kidding? Look, let's go home, and I'll call up the sitters we know. I'll get him one. I'll have him. Hey, honey, looks like we're in trouble. I've been on the phone for an hour. I've called every babysitter we know, but they're all busy.
Well, have you tried Gloria Randolph?
Gloria?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Gloria. I forgot about her. Sure, I'll call her, and if she can't come, maybe her husband can.
Oh, I'll get the door.
All right.
And you'll find Gloria's number in the book, Phil.
Okay, honey.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Curly. Oh, Alice. Where's Curly?
He's inside. Go on in. I have to get lunch ready.
Oh, thanks. I'll have a toasted cheese sandwich, 2 hard-boiled eggs, and a cup of coffee.
I suggest our 35-cent blue plate, sir. You get dessert with that, sir.
Anything you say, Alice. I'm going to see Curly. Hi, Curly.
Oh, hello, Frankie. Hey, excuse me. I'm trying to get a girl for tonight.
Okay. Trying to get a girl?
Hello? Oh, hello, Gloria. Yeah, this is Phil Harris. Hey, tell me, Gloria, are you doing anything tonight?
I better shut the door so Alice can't hear this.
Oh, you're busy tonight, huh, Gloria? Oh, look, honey. Couldn't you make it for little old curly-headed me? Please, honey, with sugar on it, please.
At his age, too. Oh, well, if he's gone haywire, I'll get my hat and go with him. Hey, Curly, ask her if she's got a girlfriend for me.
Frankie, please, will you keep quiet? Girlfriend? Hey, that's an idea. Hey, Gloria, have you got a girlfriend that can make it tonight? Oh, they're all busy, huh? Well, can your husband come over?
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm sorry you can't make it, Gloria. I'll call you some other time. Goodbye. Oh, look, I'm sorry I was busy, Frankie. I was trying to get a babysitter.
You cad. How could you? Babysitter?
Certainly. I'm trying to get somebody to stay with Mr. Scott's baby.
Scott? Name sounds familiar.
It should sound familiar, kid. It should sound very familiar.
Why?
Well, don't you remember he was the guy that was coming into the garage with Willie the day our chemistry set exploded?
Oh, is he still alive?
Can Gloria make it?
Nah, she's busy too, honey. Every girl I called is busy, and I know that. Hey, Remley.
What's the matter?
Hey, you know a lot of girls. You know one who would be willing to sit with a baby?
I might. Let's see. There's...
Now, remember, Frankie, she has to be refined.
Alice, please. That's the only type I associate with. Now, let's see. I could get you Babe Zimmerman. No, she'll be too tired at the end of a day. Those sandhogs work pretty hard. Hey, maybe I could get you Selma, the Masked Wonder.
The Masked Wonder?
Well, that's just the name she wrestles under. Nah, she might be a little too rough with the kid. Hey, wait, I got just the girl. Bertha the Beaver.
You think the Beav could be at Mr. Scott's house by 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock? No, she'll never make it. By the time she gets home and showers and shaves...
She shaves? Shaves?
Well, yeah, she's the bearded lady in a sideshow.
Oh. Here's a guy with a sandhog, a wrestler, and a bearded lady. Hey, Remley, you don't have any two-headed dames on your list, do you?
Just one, but she ain't...
Never mind. You can be serious, can't you see? This is important to both of us. And it's my chance to get in good with Mr. Scott.
I don't happen to know any babysitters.
Well, I got to get somebody to sit with his baby girl.
Well, you'd better get somebody dependable, somebody with intelligence who knows how to handle a baby.
How much do you have to know to sit with a baby? Anybody with a half a brain can do it.
Good morning, Philip.
Well, if it ain't old half-brain himself. Hey, Willie. Look, Willie, how would you like to spend this evening with a cute little babe?
Oh, I'm sorry, Philip. I have to go back to the Rexall office and do... Babe? You mean you have a date for me?
Well, since you put it that way, yeah.
Well, that's different. What does this babe look like?
Ah, she's a cute little honey. She's got curly blonde hair.
How's the figure?
And big blue eyes.
How is her figure?
And a cute little turned-up nose.
Never mind the decorations. How's the tree?
You surprised me.
Hey, sounds like this boy's been around.
Hey, Curly, you think he necks Remley like a giraffe? Hey, when it comes to necking, Willie's had his seconds.
You mean moments.
Short-winded.
Philip, where do you think my date will want me to take her?
Look, Willie, that's just the beauty of it. You won't have to take her any place. She just wants you to sit at home with her. Just the two of you. All alone.
Just the two of us? All alone?
Kind of frightening, isn't it, Willie?
No, I'm just wondering how to entertain her. I know. I'll take my cribbage board along.
Yes, by all means, Willie. And if that fails to get her in the sociable mood, you can always whip her up a batch of boysenberry muffins.
Well, I'd better run along and get dressed for the occasion. Oh, by the way, what will my date be wearing?
Oh, one of those off-the-hip triangles. Billy, the boys are ribbing you. Your date is a baby, and they want you to sit with her.
A baby? Well. That certainly is a nasty trick to play on me, Philip. You can do your own babysitting. Goodbye.
He's just a bag of nerves, isn't he? Hey, Alice, why did you have to tell him all about it and spoil it? Now who am I going to get?
Hey, how about Julius? The kid'll jump at a chance to make a few bucks.
Oh, no, Julius can't do it. During the holiday season, he's working nights delivering orders. Of course, one of us could do it.
Yeah, but which one? After all, it wouldn't look right for the star of the Rexall program to be a babysitter.
That lets me out. Why can't you do it, Phil?
Well, I have to stay home with the star's children. That only leaves one person. Doesn't it, Frankie?
Can't imagine whom you're referring to.
Then I'll tell you. You.
You who? You Herbert?
No, you. Remley.
Hugh Remley? I never met the man. I wonder if we're related.
Will you cut it out, Remley? Wait just a minute. I don't care if you're going to sit with Mr. Scott's baby, or I'll tell him it was your concoction that almost blew him up.
You mean you'd squeal on me, pal?
With no compunction. And I use the word loosely. Now, look, Frankie, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help, though. As soon as the Scotts leave, then I'll come over and sit with you.
All right, but you better be there right after the Scotts leave, or I'll refuse to write your letter to Santa Claus this year.
You'd better get going, Frankie. Phil will join you later. I want him to hear the tune I'm singing next week.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Down among the sheltering palms, oh, honey, wait for me. Oh, honey, wait for me. Don't be forgetting we've got a babe out where the sun goes down about 8. How my love is burning, burning, burning. How my heart is yearning, yearning, yearning to be down among the sheltering palms, oh, honey, wait for me.
Down among the sheltering palms, oh, honey, why don't we go where trees are shady, watching the lovely hula ladies? We've got a little date we should keep, out where the moon is never asleep. While my love is waiting, 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 why should you be always hesitating to be down among the sheltering palms, oh, honey, wait for me.
Down,
way down
among the sheltering palms, so tell me, how would you like to be my honey? Hot where skies are nice and sunny. We'll know what pretty moonlight is for. We'll see the ocean kissing the shore.
I'll be glad for all the love we started. If you're not, then I'll be broken-hearted
to be down,
way down
among the sheltering palms, oh, honey, wait for
This kid's been crying for an hour now. I wonder where Curly is. Now, cut it out, will you, baby? Oh, please, little honey. Don't cry. Please don't cry.
Hey, shut up!
I gotta be firm with these things. They're all alike. You just have to show them who... Oh, that must be Curly. Come in.
Well, here I am, Mr. Belvedere. Sorry I'm late.
Sorry. All I get is excuses. I'm always at home with the baby while you're out gallivanting with the boys at the pool room.
But Alice, I wasn't at the pool. Oh, shut up. Hey, Remley.
What?
Hey, the Scots were satisfied with you as a babysitter, huh? Doing all right.
I told him I was a college boy majoring in child psychology. Told him I always sit with your kids.
Yeah. Hey, Frankie.
Hmm?
Hey, look at that baby.
Yeah, go on.
Oh. Hey, she's a honey, ain't she? Probably talking about my curly hair, right? You know something? Look how cute she is. She just keeps smiling all the time. Yeah. Hey, she reminds me of Phyllis when she was that age.
She is pretty.
Yeah.
You know, Curly, I used to look just like her when I was a baby.
Now, you see, you've hurt her feelings. Now, why didn't you let well enough alone? Now, we got to do something to entertain her. Quiet, baby, will you please, honey? Now, just be quiet a minute. Oh, let me see. What do you do to make a sponsor's baby happy?
Read her a commercial.
Hey, look, Remy, I got a better idea. Hey, listen to this idea. I'll take off her booties and tickle her orange and blue toes.
Now, maybe you better tell her a bedtime story.
Oh, a bedtime story? Hey, baby, now wait a minute, baby. Baby, now quiet a minute, honey. I got a story that you're going to like. Gee, this is a good one. Once upon a time, in a land called Rexall, there lived 10,000 independent druggists. Now, they were all happily married, and each one had 2,000 of the cutest little drug products that you ever saw. Hey, Frankie. Hey, she likes it. Hey, Frankie. Remley, wake up!
From Rexall.
Oh, now look, you got her started again. Hey, Remley, she shouldn't be crying like this. There must be something wrong with her. Baby.
Holy smoke, what time is it, Curly?
8:30, why?
Oh, I'm supposed to feed her at 8. Mrs. Scott left her formula in the refrigerator.
Well, for goodness sakes, let's get it. I'll carry the baby. Baby, come on now, come on. Upsy daisy. That's because Mommy's little bitty babykins is going for a little trip into the kitchen to get your teeny weensy bottle.
Oh, for crying out loud. How sickening can a man get? I'll get the bottle out of the refrigerator. Oh, this must be it. Mrs. Scott said she just made one bottle.
Now, look what you've done, Remley. Oh. Now, we only had one bottle and you had to drop it. What are we going to do now? How are we going to feed the baby?
Put her on the floor. Maybe she'll lap it up.
Frankie, will you listen to me? This is no joke. It's important for a baby to have its formula.
Well, you had babies. Mixed up another batch for the kids.
I never made the stuff. I don't know what goes in it. Alice always made it. Hey, that's it, Alice. Hey, I'll call her and she'll tell us how to make the formula. I'll be right back.
But, Phil, I'd rather not tell you how to make the formula over the phone. It's complicated and you might get it wrong. I'll write down the ingredients and how to mix them and send it over to you. No, Julius is here delivering an order. He'll bring it over. Goodbye. Oh, that's Phil. He gets into the darndest scrapes.
What's old Southern fried up to today?
Julius, look, I want you to do me a favor. Now, look, if you'll take these directions over to Mr. Harris at this address, it's very important I don't lose it, huh?
No, don't worry. I'll put it right here in my pocket. Oh, that reminds me. I got something else in my pocket. My mother said I should give you this recipe for a bread stuffing for your Christmas turkey.
Oh, thanks, Julius, but Mr. Harris prefers oyster stuffing. Now, look, Julius, it's important that Mr. Harris gets these directions as soon as possible.
Fear not, fair lady. For you I shall see that this message gets through. I'll swim the deepest river. I'll climb the highest mountain. I'll go through fire and storm.
But, Julius, you only have to go to Beverly Hills.
I know, but for you, I'm going the hard way.
Hey, Curly, Curly, it's after 9. This kid is starved. What's taking Julia so long?
All right. He'll be here soon. In the meantime, we better do something to take her mind off food. Look, Remley, we got to amuse her. Hey, I got it.
What?
Let's get out on our hands and knees and make believe we're a couple of horses. That'll do it.
Horse I gotta be yet. All right, I'll get down on my hands.
Come on, get down on your hands. Hey, look. Hey, she likes it. Hey, look, baby. We're horses.
Well, if it ain't Trigger and his friend Flicker.
All right. Will you knock off, Julius? We're just pretending we're horses. We're trying to amuse the baby.
Oh, well, you continue and I'll sing the donkey serenade.
What's that for?
I might as well. You're acting like a couple of jackasses.
Don't be so funny. Now, have you got those directions Mrs. Harris gave you?
Yeah, I got them right here in my pocket. Let's see.
Stop stalling, will you? Give them to me.
Take it easy. Here you are.
Well, thanks. Now run along. I got to prepare this formula. I got a baby to feed.
The baby's mother's going to let you feed it?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Has the old lady got a grudge against the kid?
Will you feed it? Now get out of here. Get going. Someday I'm going to take that kid.
Never mind that kid. Let's get the baby's formula made. Give me the paper with Alice's instructions. I'll read it to you while you mix the stuff together.
Okay. Wait a minute. What does it say we need first?
Let me see. First, get a large bowl.
Got it. Now what?
Put 2 loaves of stale white bread in it.
Stale bread? That don't sound right to me.
Me neither. This kid's a rich baby. Let's use fresh bread.
That sounds better. Uh-oh. Ain't got no white bread.
You got any pumpernickel?
No. All they got is bagels.
Put a few of those in.
Okay. Okay, you got them in. What else does Alice say?
Add 1 tablespoon of garlic salt, 1 tablespoon of red pepper, and half a cup of fat drippings.
Fat drippings? What's that?
Curly, don't you know anything? That's the stuff you get at... Comes in small... It's kind of like... Use ketchup.
I don't know, Frankie. It seems like my kids used to get pablum.
No, these are modern methods, scientific science.
Alice ought to know what she's doing. Okay, let's go ahead. What else do you say we need?
Some poultry seasoning, parsley, and an onion.
An onion?
Oh, chopped fine.
Oh. Yeah. Chopped fine.
Yeah.
That must be to make her strong. Okay, what's next?
Let me see. In a separate pan, heat your heart, liver, and gizzard.
Okay, wait a minute. Who's heart, liver, and gizzard?
Don't say. Let's be on the safe side and skip that, huh? Mix up what you got there. Oh, Curly, mix it faster than that.
I can't. The bagels are slowing me down. Hey, Remley, this stuff don't look right. Don't look like that stuff Mrs. Scott had in that bottle. That was liquid. This mess is thick and gooey.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if Alice forgot to mark down to... Oh. It's my fault. I skipped one of the ingredients.
Yeah?
It says add 1 cup of red wine.
Wine for a baby?
It must be for the holiday season. Go on, add it.
Okay, I'll mix it in. Yeah, that thins it up a little.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Good color.
Yeah.
I don't know, Remley. Somehow this stuff still doesn't look like It just don't look right to me.
No, don't be silly. If Alice says we should give it to the baby, it must be all right. Just put it in a bottle and give it to
Hello there.
Oh, it's Mr. Scott.
Oh, back so soon, huh?
My wife sent me home to check up. She was worried about the baby and wanted... Oh, Mr. Harris, what are you doing here?
Hello, Miss Scott. I just dropped in to see if everything was going according to schedule. Everything was okay.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Harris. Oh, Sonny, I hope you fed the baby on time. Oh, so you mixed a little something in this bowl for yourself. What is it? Boiled tripe?
No. See, Mr. Scott, the baby dropped a bottle, and this is a new batch of formula we mixed up.
This is a formula?
Yeah. Alice told us how to make it.
Do you mind if I taste it before you give it to the baby?
No, go ahead. You'll find it very delicious.
You'll soon see. Let's take a spoonful.
Hey, Remy.
Yeah?
Hey, Remy, look at this rope coming out of his ears.
Hey, his hat flew up to the ceiling. Hey, Mr. Scott. Here we are.
Over here. No, hey. This side. That's the bowl.
It.
No, right here.
There we are.
Yeah.
How's the taste, Mr. Scott?
Oh, and you wanted to give this molten lava to my baby. Get out of here, both of you.
But Mr. Scott.
Get out!
An excitable sort, ain't it?
Can't hardly blame him for getting kind of excited, okay?
You know.
That formula we made for that baby sure must have been powerful stuff. Did you see the way it lifted his lid?
Hey, you know, I can't understand it. It's Alice's formula. Must be the same stuff she gave your kids.
Certainly it's the same. My kids? Frankie, come on, let's get home fast. Wait till I get a hold of that Alice.
What's the matter?
That's where all my wine's been going.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, listen to an interesting conversation.
You've dragged me 3 blocks out of our way to get to this drugstore, Helen. Now tell me why.
Because this is a Rexall drugstore, the only place where you can get Rexall drug products.
Is that what that orange and blue Rexall sign in the window means?
Exactly.
I don't get it. Walking 3 blocks out of the
Oh,
way...
Mr. Druggist,
Yes, ma'am?
will you explain to my friend here why so many people prefer Rexall drug products?
Well, seeing you two standing there in your winter coats reminds me of one reason. Do you know that Rexall drug products are tested to fit various climates?
What on earth do you mean?
Rexall scientists create artificial weather that matches the various climates where Rexall drug products are sold. And then, for anywhere from a few months to a year, they test both the products and the packages to see if they are affected in any way. Yes, that's just one of the careful scientific tests all of the 2,000 or more drug products.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in, Army. Come in, Navy. Come in, Coast Guard and U.S. Marines. Come in, too, all you nurses and civilian workers and you good people in all the United Nations. From the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator, it's Command Performance time, answering the personal commands of you guys and gals who make up the high command on this #1 show of yours. And right now, answering your first command, we're delighted to bring back for the 4th time that beloved character of screen and radio, Waukegan's gift to Rochester. A fellow who is known for his philanthropy, his generosity, a man who always gives till it hurts, that crybaby, Jack Benny.
Thank you and hello, fellas. Crybaby. Don, I can't understand those introductions of yours. First you say that I'm generous and I give till it hurts, and then you say I cry about it. I mean, what does that mean?
Well, Jack, everybody knows that you're one of the best-hearted and most generous men in this town.
Well, thank you.
Except where money is concerned.
Don, aren't you taking a lot of chances for a fellow who is too fat to work at Lockheed? Look, Don, I'm not tight.
Certainly you're not tight, Jack. When you do a cheap, petty mercenary act, it's really not you.
It's not?
No, it's just one side of your dual personality.
My dual personality?
Yes, everyone has a dual personality, has two sides. Even I have. Just like a coin has heads and tails.
I see. Well, from where I'm standing, brother, you didn't come up heads. And besides, Don, this is a command performance and no place to discuss dual personality.
Well, all right, Jack. If you want to go on through life not knowing why you're cheap, it's all right with me.
I don't want to know anything about it. I'm cheap, and that's that. Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't get excited, Jack. Your condition isn't unusual. You're simply a split personality. Haven't you ever heard of schizophrenia?
Don, there are children and Marines listening in. So watch it, will you?
But, Jack, schizophrenia is merely a scientific word meaning the two sides to every man, his ego and his alter ego.
Look, Don, we'll talk about this later. Look, I'm master of ceremonies here, and I have a lot of people to introduce. So take your big, fat schizophrenia and get out of here. Well, fellas, it won't be long before Command Performance celebrates its first birthday on the biggest worldwide radio network any show ever had. And another hit that goes in all directions is a very talented young lady from Paramount Studios. So, gang, hold on to your GI hats. We're going for another ride with Cass Daley.
Say, not long ago, I took a trip down to old Mexico. Stepped in a gay cafe to pass the evening away. A Mexicano smiled at me and introduced himself as Senor Hennessy. I just wanted company, but the Senor wanted more from me. For soon he began to begin. Then I said, Daddy, you're working much too fast for me. Daddy, you'll never get the best of me. He said, no harm is meant by Senor Hennessy. In fact, my wife will soon be here, you see. No sooner had he said those words to me when in walked Mrs. Hennessy. Did I worry? You can bet your life I did. Then my system and I began to shake. She called me a homewrecker and a snake. And there were other names even worse to take. But I can't talk about that. I just said goodbye now. I gotta go now. She said, okay, you may, my dear. But not the way you came in here. So prepare to die now. There
Switched to a rich, she hit me with a fist, and in her fist was a bottle of ice-cold cola. It knocked out every molar. This pretty little poppy looked like a mess. I tried to hold her, but couldn't control her as she kicked me in my amapola. Then on my head she played the amber chorus. Bang, 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 I heard the birdie sing. Hush it, rolled in on the river, hell, roll up, rolled in on the river, made me vow when I was through there'll be a change in my love life. From now on, I swear, I'm giving every married man the air. I want to live until I'm old and gray. I made a vow, and how today there'll be some change of me.
She got more applause than I did. That was Cass Daley, who appeared here tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. You know, fellas, I used to be with the Paramount Studio. In fact, the last picture I made there was Love Thy Neighbor with Fred Allen. Fred Allen, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, that was the last picture I made there. I liked it, though. It was one of those educational pictures. I knew it was educational because after the producer saw it, he says, "This will teach us a lesson." Oh, well. And now, fellows, command performance. Recently got a letter from a Marine sergeant on Guadalcanal who has this to say. Guadalcanal is not quite the ideal place for a guy to continue his piano lessons. And anyway, I'm practicing on machine guns these days, helping to teach the Japs not to monkey with the U.S. Marines. But I do miss the piano. So how about command performance, dishing out a helping of Gershwin? Yes, sir, Sergeant, we'll do just that with Alfred Newman and his orchestra. A medley of Gershwin songs played on two pianos by those two personalities.
You see, Jack, that's just what I was talking about. Dual personality.
Don, I don't care to discuss it. Schizophrenia yet. And fellas, here they are, Hollywood's ace piano team, Marlene Fingerly and Arthur Schutt. Go ahead, kid. That was lovely and very fine music. And believe me, I know, for I'm a musician myself. You know, the last time I was on command performance, I played a duet with a fellow named Yasha Heifetz. Of course, he plays better than I do because, you see, he started on the violin 3 weeks before I did. 3 weeks of music makes a lot of difference. In fact, you should hear the difference. Anyway, when Yash and I stepped up to the microphone...
Say, Jack, I've just thought of a very simple way to explain that dual personality to you.
Look, I told you, Don, I'm not interested.
But it's simple. It's what you call your conscience, your evil self, your inner man.
My inner what?
Your inner man. We all have one. You have a little man inside of you, and I have one inside of me.
Well, at least yours can roam around once in a while. Now, Don, will you do me a favor? I don't want to hear any more about inner man, outer man, or schizophrenia. To me, that's a lot of bunk. In the first place, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I told you never to call me up in the middle of a command broadcast.
Well, this is important, boss. I was just leaving the house, and I thought I'd better tell you I put the key under the mat.
Now, wait a minute. Who told you you could have the night off?
Well, I thought I'd like to take Carmichael to see Mrs. Miniver.
Well, that's silly. Why would my polar bear go to Mrs. Miniver?
He wants to see if it's anything like the book.
Look, now, don't give me that stuff. If you want to go out with your girl tonight, come right out and say so.
Okay. Can I go out with my girl tonight?
No.
Can I go out for just an hour?
No.
Well, can I invite her over to the house?
No.
We're in a rut, boss. Let's start over.
Now, look, Rochester, before I left the house, I gave you some fan mail pictures to send out. As soon as you're through with them, you can go out with your girl.
That may be too late. She ain't the truest thing in town.
Well, that's your worry. Now, mail out all those pictures. And be sure to send the out-of-town ones airmail.
I ain't got no stamps.
No stamp? What'd you do with that $10 I gave you this morning to buy them with?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the drugstore this afternoon to get them, and all the way over I kept saying stamps, stamps, stamps.
Uh-huh.
And just before I got there, I stopped in the garage where a friend of mine works.
Uh-huh.
And the next thing I knew, I was on my knees saying 7, 7, 7.
I see. So you lost that $10 shooting craps, eh?
We prefer to call it Mississippi Bridge.
I don't care what you prefer. My $10 you lost is coming out of your next week's salary.
The whole $10?
Yes, all of it.
That's a neat trick if you can do it.
I can, so don't worry. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I was listening to the program, and I heard Mr. Wilson say that there were two of you, that you have an inner man.
Well, what about it?
Which one do I speak to about a raise?
You speak to nobody. Goodbye. Always worrying about a raise. And now, fellows, by worldwide command of the AEF, Command Performance presents a very busy young lady who sells bonds, goes on camp tours, works at the canteen, makes motion pictures, and has the additional burden of being married to my band leader, Phil Harris. Your favorite singing star of dozens of your favorite pictures, lovely Alice Faye.
thank you, Jack. And I know Phil will be awfully flattered by that charming build-up. As for me, I'd like to thank all you men who write me those very beautiful letters, especially Paul, Les, Mac, Bud, and Jim at APO 832. Yes, boys, Pop Harris is coming along nicely. Love to Ray Carr and the Bunker Buds, to Johnny Mans at APO 963, and to Bob Godwin somewhere in the Pacific. And for all of you who placed orders for that certain tune, just bend an ear. Come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear, it's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. It's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honeyland. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Play a bugle call like you never heard before, so natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band, what I am, oh my honey lamb. Come on along, let me take you by the hand. Up to the man who's the leader of the band. And if you care to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Thank you, Alice. That was really swell.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Oh, Alice, I noticed you came down to the broadcast alone. Where's Phil tonight?
Well, it's the maid's night out, and Phil's staying home with the baby for a change.
For a change? I should hope so, yeah. Tell me, Alice, confidentially, you know as well as I know Phil, I don't know, but tell me, what is Phil like around the house, Alice?
You won't believe this, Jack, but around the house, Phil is one of the quietest, most reserved, mouse-like people. Honestly, he's a completely different man.
See, Jack? There's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Phil Harris has a dual personality.
Don, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I've been trying to explain to you. Phil is like everybody else. He has a good side and an evil side, a smart side and a corny side.
A what?
A smart side and a corny side.
Why does he have to show so much favoritism? I tell you, I just don't believe in this dual personality stuff.
Well, I don't see why not, Jack. Even Phil believes in it. It's as simple as 2 and 2.
Oh, yeah? If you think 2 and 2 is so simple, just ask Phil to add it up sometime. Sister.
No.
Guess that last crack got her. Dual personality. Take you, for instance, Alice. You're always the same sweet, lovable girl.
Oh, that's nice of you, Jack, but you only see the good side of me. You know, there are times when that part seems completely to leave my body.
Yeah, but look what you got left. Dual personality.
But, Jack, it's so simple.
Don, look, I'm going crazy. If you mention that once more, I'm going to positively walk out of here.
Jack, can't you see? It's your alter ego, like Jekyll and Hyde.
That's all, brother. Command performance or no command performance, I'm going home. So long. When that Don Wilson gets on a subject, he doesn't know when to stop. Imagine a fella having an alter ego, a Jekyll and Hyde, an inner man. That's a lot of bunk. Oh, well, such a lovely evening. I think I'll walk home. Gee, I wish I had a cigar. Here's a cigar store. I think I'll stop in here and get one.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. Something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for a quarter.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Now, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet you know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny. What? You're going to take that 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one. Yes, but the quarter cigar's milder, and it's much better for my throat. A lot you care about your throat. Now, wait a minute. Who are you? I'm your alter ego. Your inner man. Yeah? Well, you get your cigar, and I'll get mine. Come on, take that 10-cent one and let's get going. No, I won't take it. I want that quarter one. You hear? I want that quarter cigar. I know you want that quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 13 cents, 13 cents, 15 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Stop it! Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I save. I want that mild cigar. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jack, are you crazy? Reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Think, man. Think! Okay. Hold it, mister. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want that quarter cigar, and yet you want that 10-cent one. I said the quarter one. The 10-cent one. The quarter one. The 10-cent one. All right, give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Say, this 10-cent cigar isn't so bad after all. Doggone, it's a good smoke. But the quarter one would have been better. Where are you going now, Jackie? Oh, come on home with me. We'll play gin rummy. Well, fellas, as the foreman of the Nazi swing ship said when a bomb hit the munitions factory, that's all for tonight. But before we wind up the clock and put out the cat, we'd like to say that your big show will be open for business again next week, same time. And our business is filling the orders you send in. And don't forget it. On command performance, your credit is good.
Just your signature on that letter. That's all it takes. Until later, then, this is Jack Benny speaking from the USA and reminding the Axis that American troops are only 500 miles from the toe of the Italian boot. And, brother, that ain't far from that heel in Berlin. So long.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance, care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
The following program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas.
Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and True Shave, the beforehand lotion, presents the Eddie Cantor Show. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early part of New Year's Eve, Eddie Cantor put on a show for the servicemen at the Hollywood Canteen. We turn back the clock and pick Eddie up as he's singing for the boys.
G.I. Joe, he was with the show when the boys invaded France. He stopped the shell by chance and met romance in an ambulance. Cute Marie was a nurse and she stole Joey's heart away. While convalescing day by day, he'd look at her and say, oh, Frenchie, although your language is so new to me. When you say we, la, la, we mean you and me, la, la. Oh, Frenchie, you won my heart with your bravery. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your la, la, la's for me. Oh, Frenchie, you are the one gave themselves for me. March on, with any boy you see. But when you la, 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 oh, Frenchie, save your ooh-la-las. They're just sweet la-la-las. Save your ooh-la-las for me. Fellas down here at the Hollywood Canteen, I'm glad you like the show. And now, if you really want to see the old year go out and the new year come in, I want to invite all of you over to my house at 1014 Roxbury Drive. What do you think? Harry Bonzell and I leave first to get things ready. So come on over, all of you men in uniform. Come on, Harry.
Okay, I'm ready, Eddie. Come on, Nora. All ready. Come on, Leonard, let's go. What do you say?
Hey, Eddie, will you be careful the way you're driving?
Gee, I'm so excited. And you two kids in the back, Leonard and Nora, the way you're necking, you're not helping me one bit, you know.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Say, Eddie, it was a swell show you put on tonight for all our fighting men.
Yes, Harry, we had soldiers, sailors, Marines, aviators. In fact, we only missed one branch of our fighting men.
Who was that?
Tommy Dorsey couldn't show up.
Oh.
Well, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Harry?
Oh, it sure was. Say, did you see the fellow who just got back from overseas dancing with Dorothy Lamour?
Dancing? Did you say dancing?
Yeah.
When they finished jitterbugging, she was wearing his campaign ribbon.
No.
Oh, yeah. And she deserved them, you know. You know, she saw as much action as he did.
You know something, Eddie? During intermission, I tried to dance close to Carol Landis, but it was impossible, so I just danced.
I know. Why was it impossible to dance close to her?
There was a Marine in the middle.
You know, everybody talks about how the servicemen dance. Did you ever get a load of the women in the service, Harry?
Now, they really tossed you around.
You said it. I happened to dance with a Red Cross nurse, and when we got through, I needed her. Just before the music started, she got set in a rumba pose. In the front, she was all bent over, and from the back, she looked like she was trying to get away on furlough. By the way, Leonard, your music, really, kid, your music was wonderful tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. I sure had a swell time.
I could have enjoyed myself more if Leonard weren't so jealous. He kept watching me every time I danced with a soldier or Marine.
Well, sure, I was worried. The only time I didn't have to watch her was when she danced with a sailor.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't you watch her then?
I had to watch the sailor. I don't blame you. Well, guys, I sure got embarrassed watching. You see, I don't know how to dance, so Nora and I just had to stand on the floor with our arms around each other. And you know something? What? It's better that way.
Oh, I'm so anxious for Leonard to know how to dance. I asked him to go to Arthur Murray's, but he refused.
Well, why, Leonard? Well, how would you like to learn how to dance with Arthur Murray?
No. You don't understand, Leonard. Arthur Murray teaches dancing, but he also has hundreds of girls.
Well, gee, then how does he find time to teach dancing?
Leonard, did you ever have a talk with your mother about life?
Oh, yes, and now we subscribe to it. It's kind, too. Quick and thick and...
Will you please?
Oh, Mr. Cantor, isn't this your house, 1014 Roxbury Drive?
1014, yes.
That's it.
Let's go out and get into action. Come on,
Here we
kids. Anybody home?
Hello? Hello?
How do you do? What are you doing in the dining room? Why aren't you in the kitchen?
I am having trouble with the cook. Well, Russia, the cook is young and beautiful. That's my trouble. I hate.
Russian, will you get in the kitchen and prepare the food?
Not me, no, sir. I'm leaving. Your house is too big. Running upstairs, downstairs, up the attic, down the basement. I'm all worn out from running.
Yeah, but Russian, why do you have to run?
The cook is not standing still, you know. Now, listen here, Russian. Listen to me. Eddie's got guests to serve out there. Now, you go back in there and make up with the cook. Never. Never. She insulted me. She refused to permit me to make my specialty. Turnovers with tartar sauce.
Turnovers with... Is it good?
Good? Once in Old Rochester, I cooked my special turnovers for Prince Romanov. Oh, well, what happened? 2 weeks after he died, he was still turning over. I told you, Eddie. Look, Russian, I don't think you know anything about cooking at all. But most, yes. I wrote a book on recipes.
Yes?
In poetry. Part 1, page 1.
Go ahead.
There once was a butcher named Hutton, whose wife was a glutton for mutton. He sneaked up behind her, pushed her in the grinder. No Hutton, no mutton, no glutton, no nothing.
No mutton, no glutton.
No Russian, I quit.
Wait a minute. Russian, you can't quit now. It's the night of my party.
I, sir, tender my resignation. And if it's tender enough, yes, I'll eat it.
Oh, get out of here, Russian, please. That Russian trying to kiss all my cooks. A fine mess that leaves me in. Oh, Nora.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Listen, honey. Go into the living room and sing a couple of songs for the boys.
All right.
I've got to get busy and get some help for the party. The Russian and the cook both walked out.
Walked out? Why?
Well, the cook got mad at the Russian for what he did, and the Russian got mad at the cook for what she didn't.
Oh.
Now, go ahead, Nora, will you?
Say, Eddie. Yeah. That pretty cook of yours just came back.
Oh, good, Harry. Where is she?
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah. I thought you said she just came back.
Yeah, well, she just came back for a bottle of Truchet, the beforehand lotion.
And get her what?
Truchet. T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. Truchet.
I know how to spell Truchet, but what about the cook?
Cook. C-O-O-K.
No. Harry, don't be so smart.
Well, I'm not being smart, Eddie, but the cook is being smart, coming back for that bottle of Truchet.
You call that being smart?
Why, certainly. She knows, like so many busy women, that Truchet is just the thing to use to help keep her hands soft and lovely in spite of hot soapy water.
And Touche will really do that because Touche is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. Touche is a beforehand lotion. A lotion that you put on your hands before you put them in hot, soapy water. Touche's beforehand protection will then help guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of the hot, soapy water. Help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So why not do what thousands of lovely women are doing to help keep their hands beautiful? Begin today to use Touche.
All right, Harry. You've convinced me that my cook was smart and Touche is wonderful.
Good.
But right now, try to see if you can find anyone we can hire to help in the kitchen. Someone to cook.
Someone to cook?
Yeah.
Eddie, you've got 5 daughters living right here in the house.
Harry, if they could cook, do you think they'd still be living in this house?
Well, I tell you what, let's do. Let's go in and hear Nora sing to the boys.
Oh, yes. Let's do that, huh?
Okay.
Here she goes.
Hush now, don't you cry. That's an Irish lullaby. That's an Irish
They're all getting along fine here, but somebody should be fixing refreshments. What are you going to do?
Look, Harry, I put in a call for Jack Benny to see if I can borrow Rochester.
Oh, good. Well, I hope Jack's home.
Yeah, I hope so. I know last New Year's Eve he went to Ciro's, you know.
Yeah. Ciro's? That's $15 a head. Don't tell me Jack Benny paid that.
No. Leave it to Benny. When he found out it was $15 a head, he got down on his hands and knees and backed in. Oh, this must be Benny.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Yeah. Say, Jack, I hate to bother you on New Year's Eve, but I wanted to ask you a little favor. Hello? Rochester, put Mr. Benny back on the phone. Tell him it's not money. What a coward. Look, Jack, I brought a lot of servicemen over here from the canteen, and I need someone to help me with the sandwiches and refreshments. In fact, I'm even willing to pay $5. No, Jack, you shouldn't leave your guests for that. No. Jack, look, would you let me borrow Rochester? He's busy what? Shampooing your hair. Well, let him bring it with him. We'll dry it and send it back tomorrow. You will send Rochester, right? Oh, thanks, Jack. You're a pal. Send him to my house. You know, 1014 Roxbury Drive. Harry. Harry.
Here I am, Eddie. I was just getting my baby so he can pin the 1945 banner across his chest.
Good. Everything's going to work out. Rochester's coming over to help, and at 12 o'clock we'll bring Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. out as the New Year's baby.
Yeah. Gosh, my kid's first New Year's.
You're going to be the New Year's baby for all the servicemen. What do you think of that, little fella? There goes that goo again. He says nothing else. I wonder what he's trying to say when he says goo, Harry, huh?
Goo. Look at me with this New Year's banner. Now they've got the pin things on my chest. Oh, I get it. 1945. That's the new year. It'll be a big year for me, too. I'll have teeth. When I have teeth, I can stop that nasty habit of sucking my thumb. I'll be able to bite my nails. Funny, Popeye's hair ain't gray. I bet he touches it up. I like Popeye, except the way he plays. I wished he'd stop throwing me up in the air. Either that or start catching me. Popeye likes me. For Christmas, he gave me a piggy bank, and on the bottom it says, "When filled, bring to the bank. 1014 Roxbury Drive." I wish it was 12 o'clock so the New Year would be here. It'll be a big year for me. I'll be learning to walk and to talk. All I can say now is, goo. Oh, well, that's better than nothing. So happy Goo Year, everybody. Happy Goo Year.
Harry, put the baby back in his crib until 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then you can go in with Leonard and Nora and help entertain the boys.
Oh, there's somebody at the door, Eddie.
I'll get it. Well, hello, Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Cantor. Well, what do I do? Where do I do it? And how much do I do it for?
Same old Rochester. Rochester, why don't you take advantage of the new year and turn over a new leaf?
Oh, I made up some New Year's resolutions. First of all, I'm going to stop shooting crabs.
Wonderful, Rochester.
And I ain't going to tell a single lie.
That's fine.
Unless it's because I've been out shooting crabs.
Shame on you. Let me tell you something about telling the truth, Rochester. There was once a great American, George Washington.
George Washington? He lives next door to me.
No. Rochester, the George Washington I'm talking about was a president. The George Washington that lives next door to you must be a duplicate.
Duplicate? He's a carbon copy.
Well, Rochester, it's getting late, so here's $5. I want you to go to the drugstore, get 2 dozen Cokes, a couple of quarts of ice cream, and a carton of cigarettes.
Carton of what?
Cigarettes.
You may not know it, but you got your best joke right there.
Say, Harry, it looks like I'm going to have to give Rochester a hand in the kitchen. Can you do something to entertain the boys?
Oh, well, I do swell imitations. Here, listen to this. Al Jolson.
That's an imitation of Al Jolson?
He's got a cold. I have an imitation of a man getting up in the morning.
Yeah?
Listen to this one, Eddie.
Well, Harry, where's the imitation?
Don't you get it? The guy felt lousy after New Year's Eve, so he stays in bed.
That's ridiculous, Harry.
Well, you're right there, Eddie. Feeling bad and not wanting to get up in the morning is ridiculous. It's ridiculous when it's so easy to feel better.
Just what do you mean?
Well, you know, Eddie, 1 glass of sparkling sal hepatica can make a man feel a lot better when he wakes up in the morning, feeling out of sorts and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
It's wonderful the way you help people feel better, but you know another way for you to help people feel better?
What, Eddie?
No more of your imitation. Oh, remember that. Huh? Wait a minute. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
It's no use. You I'm not talking to.
Rustin, will you stop pouting? Why don't you come back? You can help Rochester in the kitchen.
Help Rochester? We couldn't work together because I wouldn't be able to understand a word he's saying.
Yeah, why not?
That man is speaking with a dialect.
What do you think you speak with? I say, what do you think you speak with?
A Southern drawl.
Now, Russian, will you stop being stubborn and come back?
Cantor, we shall never be reconciled. Because of my Southern drawl, I got a job on a different radio program.
A different program? What's the name of it?
We Are the People.
Russian! Oh, well, let him quit, Harry. Thank goodness Jack loaned us Rochester to help us.
Yeah, that was sure nice of Jack.
Well, why not? After all, Jack, Benny, and I grew up doing favors for each other. Why, when we were kids, Harry, if Jack had a date and didn't have enough money to take his girl out, he'd come to me.
And you'd lend him the money?
No, I'd take his girl out.
What you mean?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Did you get everything from the store?
Yes, sir. Here's the ice cream. Here's the Coca-Cola.
Yes?
And here's some cigarettes.
And Rochester, where's my change?
And here's the ice cream.
I know. My change, Rochester.
Here's the Coca-Cola.
Where is my change?
Oh, they didn't have none of that.
Rochester, I want you to answer one question. Where is my change?
There's a question I'd like to kick around a while with information, please.
Rochester, what I sent you for cost $4. Now, what happened to the other $1?
Well, it was an embarrassing situation. After all, Mr. Cantor, I couldn't let that stranger buy me a drink without me buying him a drink.
When did a stranger buy you a drink?
Right after I bought him a drink.
That is the most far-fetched thing I ever heard. Now, get busy in the kitchen while I go in and see how the gang is making out. Hey, there it is. Hey, Samuel. Hey, wait a minute. Hiya, fellas. I'm sorry I've been busy in the kitchen most of the night.
Hey, Cantor.
Yes, sailor. Ain't you from New York? Sure, I'm from New York. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, huh?
Yeah. Brooklyn.
Yeah.
New York is right near it.
And where are you from, soldier? I'm from Pennsylvania.
I'm a Pennsylvanian, too.
Yeah?
I'm from the greatest state in the world, Texas.
Yeah, what about Michigan? Hey, what about it? Wait a minute, what's your home state, young fella? Oklahoma, sir. Grand place on earth. Yeah.
That's what Illinois.
How about Wisconsin?
Hey,
Wisconsin's a good state. Hey, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Let's make a game of this. I'd like to have you boys sing a song that has the name of your state in it. Don't worry about the music. Leonard Susan and his men will pick it up. Come on, you guys from Pennsylvania. What do you say?
Strike up the music, the band has begun. The Pennsylvania polka. Pick up your partner and join in the fun. The Pennsylvania polka. Down by the Ohio. Just wait till I get back to Ohio.
Back home again in Indiana, through the fields I used to roam.
Oh, the weather comes creeping down the plain. You're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. Hanging round, and then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama round, and don't forget the stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas.
Why aren't you singing?
I'm from Rhode Island. We got no song.
Wait a minute. We'll get you one. Oh, little Rhode Island, the smallest of the 48. You've got no prairie moon for which coyotes croon. But I still think that you're great. You're such a teensy-weensy, poor little Rhode Island. Let all the Texans yippee. You're still the best part of this land I dearly love. And I'll include Iowa. They've written songs about the South.
They've written songs about the North, and I have heard them say there's nothing finer than Carolina in the morning. But how about the nights and cool in the Rhode Island? Be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. Let the sun shine bright on your old Kentucky home. Rhode Island's the place for me. And here's another chorus. Oh, little Rhode Island, be careful if you're fancy free. In Providence, one day she stole my heart away. I dream of her constantly. California, here I go. Way back east where they got snow. Oh, little Rhode Island, that's the place for me.
Rochester, everybody's gone. Party's over. It was a big success, thanks to you. Now, will you help me clean up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor. I'd like to stay, but I got to go to a New Year's Eve party of my own.
Well, what time do you have to be there?
Don't make no difference. This one started last New Year's.
Oh, so that party's been going on since 1943. Tell me, Rochester, will the same gang still be there?
Just about. Of course, the draft board necessitated a few replacements.
That's very sad.
We got the hole slit in the window waiting for him to come back.
Rochester, I'll do anything in the world if you stay and help me with this mess. I'll even get down on my knees and beg you.
Mr. Cantor, if you get down on your knees, don't beg me, bathe me.
All right, if that's what you want, Rochester, I have some dice.
Go ahead, boss. Never thought I'd get a crack at a millionaire. Well, Mr. Cantor, that's $200,000.
$200,000?
Don't worry, Mr. Cantor, I'm good for it.
Oh, I'm sure you are, Rochester.
Good night, Mr. Cantor.
Good night, Rochester.
Before I go, Mr. Cantor, about them dice, are you sure they was on the level?
Why, certainly, Rochester. There was nothing phony about those dice.
Well, it's the first time I ever run up against a rug that was loaded.
Happy New Year, Rochester!
Each Wednesday with you, as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too.
Be sure to listen in next week when we bring you a show full of surprises, including those famous Andrew sisters. Now for an important message. Ladies and gentlemen, there are convoys loaded with desperately needed war materials that are not sailing because the ships need experienced seamen. We must get those supplies to our fighting men. First mates, second mates, able-bodied seamen, and oilers are needed, and needed now. Wire collect, U.S. Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Get those convoys sailing so they can bring our men back faster. This is Eddie Cantor saying, good night, everybody. See you next week.
Say, Mother, if Junior is suffering from a cold, don't worry about it. Kids under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group. But be sure and do something about it. Get a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on the back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. And Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in nose and throat, too. What's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linen. And Minute Rub is just as good for you as it is for your child. So why not get a jar of this modern chest rub? Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company, KFI, Los Angeles.
Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Here's Dennis to sing Managua, Nicaragua.
Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you are trying to win. But her papa doesn't let you come in. Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place. You ask a senorita for a little embrace. She answers you, caramba, caramba, somebody so. In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole, ole, samba, rumba, galera, la bagalera. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and a temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Ole.
Si salía caballo de Tijuana, Santa Parada, de Kenny Temple to the man, your cerveza. Hey, Pedro, who picked the key? I think it must be a baritone.
Nicaragua, ole, across the agua to Managua, Nicaragua, ole.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Did you ever notice a funny thing concerning people who are related to us? When they're poor, they're called relatives. But when they're rich, then they're known as family connections. Well, at the Anderson boarding house where our young hero Dennis Day rooms, we find Mrs. Anderson engaging her lord and master in a conversation about a family connection.
Herbert, I've been thinking a good deal lately about your sister, Pauline.
Have you, Poopsie?
Yes. She's a splendid woman, Herbert. She has the type of character I've always admired.
Yes. When her husband passed away, he left her simply loaded with it.
Herbert, I feel we should be extremely nice to your sister. That's why we've written to her and invited her to come and live with us.
We have?
We have. But since this house isn't big enough for your sister, too, we decided to sell it and buy a larger one.
We did?
We did? Any comments?
Oh, no. I'm just grateful to us for taking me into our confidence like this.
So far, all we've been offered for this place is $4,000. Nowhere near enough to buy something larger with. Nevertheless,
Good morning, folks. Oh, good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. Nevertheless, Herbert, we must locate a larger house immediately. It's absolutely vital under the circumstances.
Yes, of course, Poopsie.
I'll have the house swept in an hour so we can go right out and look. You see that you get your ironing done in time.
Yes, I'll give it everything I have, passion flower.
Were you saying something about a larger house, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, we're going to need one from now on.
Mrs. Anderson, you don't mean... That is, it isn't... You don't mean you're expecting another Anderson?
Well, that's exactly what I mean.
Oh, my gosh. I noticed you were eating like a horse lately.
What?
And here you are doing housework. Shouldn't you be off your feet?
Off my feet?
Of course. How soon is when is the latest Anderson due to arrive?
Why, sometime next week.
Mrs. Anderson, drop that broom and lie down immediately.
Have you gone crazy? Get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. But if there's something you want all of a sudden, like a pickle or a lemon malted milk with ripe olives in it, don't hesitate to call on me.
You'll hear from me if I feel the urge for either. Now, go.
Yes, ma'am. Gosh, women sure get irritable at a time like this. Oh, well, I can understand it. I suppose I'd be irritable myself if I... Now I'm being silly.
Dennis, did my wife...
Gee, congratulations, Mr. Anderson. I just heard.
Heard? Heard what?
Why, the wonderful news about the new visitor that's on the way.
Oh, that.
Gosh, aren't you excited?
What for? As far as I'm concerned, it just means more washing and ironing.
Mr. Anderson, that's no attitude to take.
Well, maybe not, but it wouldn't surprise me if she turned out to be quite a nuisance.
She? Couldn't it be a he?
What are you talking about? Of course it couldn't.
Gee, what confidence.
Are you serious?
Well, I've heard of cases where it turned out to be a he. There was one right in my own family.
Dennis, our visitor can't be anything but a she.
She can't?
Look, sisters are girls, aren't they?
Yes.
Well?
When my father had that talk with me, he must have left something out.
For heaven's sake, Dennis. Now, my sister's coming to visit, and she's a girl
Your sister?
Yes.
Then you're not going to have a baby?
I consider it most unlikely.
Gosh.
Hi, Daddy. Hello, Dennis. Mother was just telling me about Aunt Pauline coming to live with us.
Not what you think, Mildred. She's a full-grown woman.
Well, yes, of course. How old did you think she was?
Never mind. I just made another one of my natural mistakes.
Oh, gee, Daddy, won't it be wonderful living in a great big house? Maybe we can buy that big Burnside place over on Elm.
Oh, they want $8,000 for the Burnside House, Mildred. We couldn't buy it unless we got $8,000 for this one, and nobody would pay that much.
No, not unless a couple of real estate brokers were to get interested in it and start bidding against it. Daddy!
Uh-huh.
Suppose a big builder from out of town dropped in at a real estate office and hinted that he was interested in the Anderson property.
Say.
Yeah, but where are we going to get a big builder from? I'm afraid I know.
You can do it easily, Danny.
But it's silly, Mildred. I don't know anything about building. Honest, I was 20 years old before I learned to make anything with my tinker toy.
Dennis, we've just got to sell this house for $8,000. You've got to be the big builder.
But, Mildred, I never built anything, not even my resistance. Okay, I'll try it. How do you do? You're Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Yes?
Glad to know you, Rowland. I'm Frank Lloyd Day, the big architect and builder.
Oh, really? Oh, where are you from, Mr. Day?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Why, that's my hometown.
Nobody's got the kind of luck I have.
What firm are you connected with, Mr. Day? I know everyone in Oklahoma City.
Well, I'm referring, of course, to Oklahoma City, New Jersey.
Oh, I see. Don't believe I know the place. Just what have you built, Mr. Day?
Well, you've heard of the Empire State Building?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was formerly connected with the firm that built it.
Oh. How about the Chrysler Building?
Well, my brother's with the firm that built that.
Leaving buildings for the moment, we come now to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Oh, yes. I know all about that job.
And so we say farewell to the Golden Gate Bridge and find ourselves at the Grand Coulee Dam.
Mr. Day, you're not going to tell me you built the Grand Coulee Dam.
I did. I designed it all by myself and also hired the coolies.
I suppose next you'll be telling me you built Notre Dame Cathedral.
And why shouldn't I?
Because it was built in the 12th century.
Yeah, that's why I shouldn't.
Mr. Day, it strikes me that you're not quite the fool you'd have me believe you are. I have a feeling that you're a very shrewd young man.
Let's play that hunch for all it's worth, shall we?
There's only one reason for you to come and see me. You're interested in property.
Well, I'm not saying I am, and I'm not saying I'm not. All I'm saying is, keep going. I love it.
I thought so. What kind of property, Mr. Day?
Corners. Greatest kind of property there is. Why, I've come out time after time for shorter streets so we'd have more corners.
I see. Just what corner in Weaverville are you interested in?
Now you're getting too inquisitive, Mr. Rowland. I must bid you good day.
What?
Thought you could pump me, huh? So that's your game, is it?
But you came to my office.
You tried to trick me. You left your door open.
But you phoned for an appointment.
Another trick, putting your name in the phone book.
Now, see.
I know. You'd like to find out who owns the property I'm after. Boy, what you'd give to hear me mention the name of Herbert Anderson. Fat chance. I'm too smart for you, Roland.
Herbert Anderson, where's his property?
Wouldn't you like to know? You think I'm going to tell you which corner of 4th and Maple it's on? I know how to keep my big mouth shut.
The Anderson property at 4th and Maple.
I'm warning you, pal. Don't try to cut in my deal, see?
Who, me? Well, gosh, no, of course not. Do I look like a dirty crook?
I'm not saying you do, and I'm not saying you don't. All I'm saying is, I'm very happy with the way things are going.
You mean he's actually coming over here to see about buying this house?
I think so, Mrs. Anderson.
And you think he'll pay us $8,000 for it?
Well, sure, Mother. Dennis is going to bid him up till we've got the highest price possible.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I'm a big real estate operator. You have confidence in me, haven't you, Mrs. Anderson? Huh? Huh? Oh.
Oh, golly, there he is. Answer it, Dennis, while I get out of sight.
Does Mrs. Anderson live? Oh, so it's you.
I thought you'd be sticking your nose in here, Roland.
Yeah? Well, I got a right to this property, too.
Well, I saw it first.
Gentlemen, there'll be none of that. My property will be sold to the highest bidder.
Oh, good. Mrs. Anderson, I'm prepared to pay you $5,000 for this place.
I bid $5,000.50.
How much?
5,500.
That's better.
I'll make it 6,000.
6,500.
Now, wait a minute. Let's talk a little sense here, Dave. Here, have a cigar.
That's not my brand, Bud.
Oh? What kind do you prefer?
Chocolate.
Oh, wise guy, huh? I'll tell you what I'll do, Mrs. Anderson. I'll give you $7,000 and not a cent more.
7,500.
8,000.
Splendid, as far as I...
8,500.
Mr. Day.
9,000.
Oh, that's...
9,500.
You win, Day. I can't bid any higher.
Good, I thought you'd... Huh?
You heard me. Take the house.
Now, wait a minute.
That's all there is to it. 9,000 is my final offer.
Suppose I come down a little and you stay where you are.
No, thanks. I don't like the looks of this. I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute. We'll start the bidding again and you can steal the place. I bid $40.
$40?
Sure.
Well, I bid 50.
60.
70.
8,900.
That's all. I thought this smelled funny. I wouldn't touch this place for nothing. Good day.
Mrs. Anderson, I just know you're going to comment on this. That is, if I'm lucky.
Comment? Do you know what I could do to you, Dennis Day?
Yes, ma'am, but don't do it. You have enough troubles now. Don't add a boy slaughter charge to them.
Gee, I guess now we'll never get to live in that beautiful Burnside house.
No, I'm afraid not, Mildred.
Was Mother annoyed at what happened?
Well, I got the impression that she was. She told me if I ever spoke a word to her again, she'd knock me so flat I'd have to wear wedgies to keep my ears from dragging.
Golly. And then I'll bet she told you to pack up and get out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's happened before and you're still here.
Yeah, but this is the first time she ever sold my bed to the Salvation Army.
Gee, if we could only think of some way to get hold of that Burnside house.
But how could we? It would cost $8,000 and only a millionaire has that much money. I said something?
No.
I have a strange feeling I'm not going to either. Well, I'll get it.
How do you do? My name is Jackson. Is this Mr. Rowland, the real estate broker?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Rowland left some time ago.
Oh, well, that's too bad. His office told me I might find him here. I'm a real estate dealer, too, and I was interested in buying the Burnside property, which I understand he's handling.
Well, I'm very sorry, but...
Why, Harvey, this gentleman doesn't need to see Mr. Rowland.
Harvey?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Harvey Burnside?
Huh? Are you... Oh, yeah, so it is. You have something in mind, Pamela?
Well, naturally, Harvey.
Imagine me being so absent-minded, forgetting my own name. Isn't that a panic?
You just said it, dear.
Yeah, but it's gone again. Let's see. Ruth? No. Grace? No. Sam? Of course not.
It's Pamela, dear.
Pamela, of course. Oh, I tell you, this absent-mindedness is a curse.
Well, now, do I understand that you're the Mr. and Mrs. Burnside who own the house that's for sale?
That's right. And if you'd like to see it, we'd be only too glad to show it to you. Shall we say 5 o'clock, Mr. Jackson?
Well, that's splendid, Mrs. Burnside. I'll see you both then. Goodbye.
Gosh, Mildred, this is the best idea you ever had. What is it?
Look, there's no one living in the Burnside house.
Uh-huh.
So we'll go over and mess the place up.
Yeah?
Not badly, but just so it looks discouraging. That'll bring the price down to where we can afford it.
You know something, Mildred? With your ideas, we'll never have to worry about the housing problem after we're married.
Why not?
We're going to spend most of our time in jail. Gosh, Mildred, don't you think we've gone too far boarding up the stairs and all the windows?
We've got to make Mr. Jackson think the house is undesirable, Dennis.
But wasn't it enough when we shut off the water and lights and painted rat holes in all the corners?
We can't take any chances. Oh, there he is. Now do everything you can to discourage him.
Okay. Come in.
Hello. Say, where are you folks? kind of dark in here.
Right over here, Mr. Jackson. But watch that floorboard you're walking on.
Floorboard?
Yeah, it's kind of warped. Every once in a while, boing! And you're pinned to the ceiling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but outside of that, the house is perfect.
Maybe Mr. Jackson would like to look around, dear.
Oh, yes, and I'd like to start with the upstairs, if I may.
Why, certainly. Now, let's see. Where did I put that ladder?
You go upstairs by ladder?
Have to. The rope broke.
Well, never mind. I think we can pass that up. What's up there? The bedroom and the bath?
The bedroom's in the what?
The bath. Surely you have a bathroom.
By George, Pamela, I'll bet that's it.
Why, of course.
You'll bet that's what?
Mr. Jackson, did you ever have the feeling that something was missing and you couldn't quite put your finger on what it was?
You mean, but where do you go when you want to wash up?
Oh, that's no trouble. There's a filling station less than a mile from here.
Well, I guess I've heard everything now.
Oh, but you haven't heard any of our real advantages yet. For instance, we have no garbage problem here at all.
You haven't?
Nope, just toss it out in the backyard.
Well, don't you know that's a violation of the law? Garbage must be taken to the city dump.
I know. That's our backyard.
Great God, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, but you've hardly looked at the place, Mr. Jackson. Dear, you must show Mr. Jackson our lovely drop living room.
Oh, you bet, dear. Do you happen to remember where it dropped to?
Oh, I've heard enough. Mr. Burnside, I wouldn't recommend this place to a client of mine if he was living in a tree. And I'll see that nobody else buys it either. Good day, sir.
Dennis, we did it. The house will sell for a song now.
Boy, I sure hope so.
Oh, it will. And Mother can't be angry with you anymore. Why, when she hears about it, she'll kiss you.
Mildred, don't say that. There must be some other way we can make up.
Oh, Dennis, we're all so proud of you.
Gee, thanks.
You must have been awfully convincing, my boy.
Oh, yes. We just got a call from Mr. Rowland. He says we can have the Burnside House for only $4,000.
But gosh, do you think we should live there? There's no stairs and no bathroom, and it's full of loose boards.
Dennis, you made those things up.
Did I? Oh, yeah. Gee, I guess I was convincing.
Come in.
How do you do? Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Burnside.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jackson. You see, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson here are my parents.
Oh. Well, do they know my client isn't going to buy the Burnside house?
Yes, we know, and we think it's wonderful.
I'll say it's wonderful. You know, you nearly had to live there.
Live there?
Yes. You see, my client is your sister Pauline. She was going to buy the house and make you a present of it.
Oh, my soul and body.
Dennis Day?
I know. You'd like a word with me.
I would.
No, please, Mrs. Anderson. The last time you had a word with me, I couldn't sit down for a week.
Come here, you.
No.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And just how important that is, our Colgate players are standing by to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up now on the tragic end of a buggy ride in New York Central Park.
Well, thanks for the buggy ride, Dick, but this is the end of the line. I'm getting out right now.
Hey, wait a minute, Sugar. You can't open fire on a guy just because he tries for a kiss.
Well, that's not why I'm walking out on you, Dick.
Then why are you? Don't hold out on me, Sugar. Sing out.
Well, Dick, honey, I just positively can't. But your dentist can.
And here's what Dick found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing the beautiful arrangement of We Could Make Such Beautiful Music Together.
We could make such beautiful music together. We could sing the loveliest love songs together. Our hearts beat in tempo. The sound of our voices will ring. The touch of our hands makes us sing. The touch of our lips will be music. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, noble notes. Say the words that I long for. Let them be the theme of our song, or we could make such beautiful music together. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, noble notes. Say the words that I long for. Let them be the theme of our song. For we could make such beautiful music
Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters. Vern Smith, reminding you that housewives know only too well how every penny counts these days. Well, here's an easy way to add more to your shopping budget. Dealers are now paying higher prices for used fats than ever before. So save used cooking fats and oils. Turn them in for cash. Remember, too, industry urgently needs fats and oils to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. What's more, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So for your own good, use and reuse fats and oils as often as you can. When they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats. And don't forget, prices for used fats and oils are higher than ever before.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Music, as we all know, has always played a large part in college life. And most college presidents enjoy it in all its forms, from the student's fifth and proof song through Beethoven's ninth, right up to that most musical of all sounds, the rustle of a big, fat endowment check. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, bows to no one when it comes to music appreciation. In fact, he's even an accomplished performer, something his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage, never knew until this evening. At the moment, both are seated on the porch of their home, and Mrs. Hall says,
That instrument is known as a what?
It's known as a recorder.
No, the other name you said.
Well, it's known as a recorder or pipple flute.
Sorry, it sounds just as though you were saying pipple flute.
I am saying pipple flute. Pipple flute.
Why on earth is it called that?
Obviously because it happens to be a flute equipped with a pipple.
Oh.
I don't know what there is to laugh at. A pipple is merely a plug or stopper in the upper end of it. It's a very ancient and honorable instrument, and possessed of a really lovely tone. Would you like to hear it?
Very much.
All right, here goes. You must remember I haven't played in years.
Well, darling, since birth I've been accustomed only to the finest in pipple flute playing. But I shall lower my exacting standards for this occasion.
Good. It has a really lovely tone. Now listen. I wasn't even sure I still had it, but luckily I remembered that large trunk in the attic, and there it was, wrapped
Toddy, proceed to pipple.
Well, you see it. You don't think it has a really lovely tone. Well, that must be Professor Quincannon now.
Well, don't go in. Penny'll answer it. Did he say you'd be summoned by telephone?
I don't remember. No, when he told me I was being considered for membership in this club, I was really bowled over. Oh, has it rung off?
No, Penny's answered it. What's it all about, anyway?
Well, it was quite unexpected. Quincannon simply fell in with me as I was walking home the other evening and said he and a few other faculty members were starting this club. The Ivy Once-a-Week Chamber Music and Knockwurst Society. I gather we are to meet once a week, play chamber music, and eat knockwurst.
Yes, the name is subtly suggestive of that.
Yes. Well, he said they wanted about a dozen good men. He and the other moving spirits would vote on them all, of course, and asked me if I played any musical instruments. I said yes, the pipple flute. And he laughed and said he'd be seeing me. Oh, Penny.
Yes, sir?
What did he say?
Say, sir?
Yes, the telephone, just now.
Oh, he said, listen, baby, don't ask questions. Just come down here with bail money.
Professor Quincannon said that?
No, Mum, it was the wrong number.
Thank you, Penny.
Quite all right, sir. Any time at all.
I'm almost certain he said the first meeting would start precisely at 8. Well, of course, he may merely stroll over to fetch me, his house being right across the street.
Perhaps you misunderstood the date. It may not be tonight.
Oh, well, perhaps it isn't.
Why don't you play something? Go ahead, tipple away.
Very well. Here we go, then. It has a really lovely tone. Now, listen. But the meeting is tonight. Look over there. Professors Warren, Wilder, and Lazar, all carrying instruments. Now, you see, they're turning into Quincannons. Good. That means we'll have great fun. They're very convivial fellows. And here comes Quincannon to fetch me. Now, don't wait up, darling. I can't say when I'll be back. You never know how these things are going.
It's not time for you to leave.
Well, I mustn't keep Quincannon waiting.
He's gone back in the house. He just went into the yard to pick up his evening paper.
Oh.
It's not 8 o'clock yet. Sit down. And while we're waiting, let me hear you play. It seems to me I've heard a rumor that the fiddle flute has a really lovely tone.
Oh, yes, it has indeed. Now, you just listen. I can't tell you, Victoria, how much I'm looking forward to this evening.
If you're that crazy about Knockwurst, Penny will...
No, it's not that. It's just that although I know I have the respect of the faculty, and I think they like me, I'm often afraid that because of my position here, there's inclined to be very little give and take on a human basis. But the mere fact that Quincannon and the others may regard me warmly enough to invite me to join is something that makes me feel almost like, like one of the boys. I'd begun to suspect I was... I forget the Latin term, but it means a wet smack. Look, Vicky, look. Here come some other club members. There's Shaw, Butler, Cassidy, and Rubin. Oh, look at that lovely case of beer they're carrying. This is going to be a rollicking evening, I know it. Why, those are the liveliest sparks on the campus. What the heck do we care? They're really enjoying themselves, aren't they? I wonder what the devil's delaying Quincannon. Are you positive he didn't telephone?
Quite positive. Don't fret, Toddy. Quincannon's the host. He's probably too busy at the moment.
Yes, that must be it, of course. What's that? You know, it takes only a moment to telephone.
Well, they may fetch you by some sort of ceremony that has nothing to do with telephones. Or, if it has, the telephone may be out of order. Ours is always getting out of whack, you know.
Well, not in the last 4 years.
Well, there you are, then. Is it as long ago as that? But at any rate, I'm sure there's a valid reason for the delay.
Yes, your telephone could be out of order.
It often happens.
Yes, a short circuit, for example.
Or even just a bit of that rubber stuff coming off and exposing the
Look. There go Weaver and Hudson. I didn't know Weaver played the tuba. He's very clever.
He must be to keep a tuba secret.
Uh-oh. Here comes Quincannon now. No, he's only turned off the porch light. Hail, the gangs are here. And gone in again. I suppose he's not expecting anyone else.
We doesn't mean that at all, Toddy. Professor Quincannon is very economical, even frugal man.
Well, you really think that's why
Of course.
It isn't 8 o'clock yet either, is it?
Nowhere near it. 2 minutes of.
You don't, suppose I've been blackballed, do you?
Oh, why on earth would you be?
Well, they might not think I measure up to chamber music and Knockwurst. Here comes Grogan. Vicky, do you suppose that's how I am to be informed? By the campus policeman?
Maybe.
Mr. Grogan.
Oh, that you on the porch, Dr. Hall?
Yes. You don't by any chance bear a message from Professor Quincannon, do you?
I do indeed, sir.
Now, don't wait up for me, Vicky, darling.
Good evening, sir, and to you,
Good
ma'am.
evening, Mr. Grogan.
Well, it looks like a great evening shaping up across the way, don't
Yes, it really does.
Mm-hmm. But no expenses spared, as the saying goes. You know what I've been doing the past hour? Delivering messages for Professor Quincannon all over Faculty Row. Special, hand-printed messages.
Oh, I was wondering why he didn't telephone.
No, he's not a man to do things by halves. It's a most special occasion, he says to me. It is, I says to him. It is, indeed, says he to me.
Well, you came just in time. It's 8 o'clock.
It is, indeed. That clock on the chapel hasn't done a minute off in 31 years. Oh, I could tell you a story about that clock. In 1919...
You said you were carrying messages for Professor Quincannon.
I am, sir. He asked me especially not to forget to deliver to you. Mind you, don't forget, he says to me. It's most important. It is, says I to him. It is indeed, says he to me.
I'm sure we'd be very grateful if you'd tell us what it is.
Yes, ma'am. Could you spare some mustard for the knockwurst?
Yes. Certainly, I'm on my way over, and I... what was that?
Professor Quincannon said he could use some mustard for the knockwurst if you had any to spare. The stores are all closed, says he to me. Are they, says I to him?
Yes, was that the only message?
Why, no, ma'am. No, it's not. I was asked for a loaf of bread, too. I asked you, that is. I'm short of bread, he says to me. Are you, says I?
Well, if you just go to the side entrance, Mr. Grogan, I'm sure Penny will oblige you.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am, and good evening. Good evening, sir.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Well, I suppose I won't be needing this anymore.
What is it?
It's a sour pickle. I thought it might add to the fun. You know, if I suddenly began munching it in front of the brass section, the mouths would have puckered up, you see. And they'd have fluffed notes. And
May I tell you something, Toddy? Dear Toddy, I think you're well out of it. In the first place, Knockwurst never did agree with you.
I was only going to pretend to eat some, just for the sake of form, you know.
Friendship means a great deal to you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does indeed, my darling. Our own little friendships may seem unimportant, but if everyone cultivates his own and seeks new ones, the spread of goodwill, like ripples on a pond, may extend beyond the limits of our vision, and go far toward averting the dissolution of my world and yours in a blast of hate.
No, I do agree with you, Toddy.
Living as we are today in the shadow of a man-made cloud, shaped like a poisonous toadstool, it behooves us as individuals to see that friendship doesn't become the sole concern of wall motto publishers and sofa cushion embroiderers. And if I sound more like Gabriel with a trumpet than Bill Hall with a fiddle flute, I'm sorry.
I never did get a chance to hear it.
What, the trumpet? Oh, the fiddle flute. Yes, of course I'll play something then. It has a really lovely tone. Now just listen. What would you like to hear?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear what happened at Shirley's house when a young suitor won her father's hand in friendship.
The first time I called on Shirley, we were obliged to share the living room with her father. He was there when I arrived and there when I left, permanent as a cornerstone and almost as talkative. Cut off from the rest of the household by the evening paper, Shirley's father devoted himself to the news and to a bottle of Schlitz beer that stood on the table beside him. His approval of Schlitz seemed obvious. Never having tasted Schlitz myself, I was tempted to ask him if it lived up to its reputation. But, frankly, I didn't have the nerve, so I kept my curiosity to myself that first evening. But the next time I called, Shirley came to the rescue by offering me a bottle of Schlitz. And one taste, just one, was all it took to make me say, "Brother, this is what I call beer." No sooner were the words spoken when down came Shirley's father's newspaper, and there we were, face to face. He fixed me with a sharp eye and said, "Well, young man, I see you share my taste in beer. It seems we have something in common." Well, That broke the ice. Now, Shirley's father and I almost always spend part of my visits talking together over bottles of Schlitz. Shirley says she isn't quite sure she likes the new arrangement. I say, no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That's around us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find a saddened Dr. Hall sitting on the front porch of their home with Mrs. Hall, listening to the faint sounds of festivity emanating from Professor Quincannon's house across the street. Mrs. Hall says,
Let it out, Toddy. You've been sitting there stewing for ages. Let it out. Chew up the scenery. Ham it up.
Well, I was thinking about Quincannon. If next time we meet there should be any embarrassment, he might think it rather childish of me. On the other hand, if I lean over backwards to show I'm not offended, he's apt to think I'm trying to cozy up to him in order to get into the club.
Poor Toddy. You're on the horns of a dilemma, aren't you?
I am. You'd think, wouldn't you, with all the great scientific advances of the last few centuries, someone would have developed a hornless dilemma by now. If it were a hornless dilemma, I could make short shrift of it.
Really? What is a short shrift?
It's an old family recipe. Grandma Hall's short shrift was famous for miles around. She was just about to make a fortune with it when suddenly the fashion changed, and everyone began to demand long shrift. Then, one day how much longer are they going to make that awful racket over there? Don't they realize it's time people were in bed?
Well, it's only 9:30.
Oh, well, some people might be going to bed. Anyway, it's unbecoming when supposedly mature men, responsible members of the faculty, behave like a lot of schoolboys. They've done nothing but make noise and laugh all night. Something ought to be done about it.
I agree. Something certainly ought.
A good mind to phone Grogan and tell him to go over there and break it up.
I was thinking of another line of action.
What? Phone the town police?
No. I was thinking you ought to go over there, fiddle flute in hand, tell them it sounds as though they were having a grand time, and ask very honestly and directly if you might join them.
Oh, my dear, I couldn't. I wouldn't. I haven't been elected. Don't you understand? They might not want me.
But they would if they knew you wanted them.
Oh. I don't want them. Sitting up all night, playing interminable choruses of McNamara's band. Well, that's not my idea of a good time. I infinitely prefer a quiet walk or a good book.
You've attracted Professor Heathcliff's attention.
Heathcliff? Well, don't tell me that blister is a member of Quincannon's club.
He kisses you. He's coming up the walk.
That you up there, Skipper?
Yes, to my sorrow.
And how are you tonight, fair lady?
Quite well, thank you. It's a lovely night. If you were out enjoying it, please don't let us keep you.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I was merely strolling past to see if Professor Quincannon actually was indulging in an infantile exhibition as I'd heard that he intended.
Had he asked you to join?
No. I was eligible, of course. I play the glockenspiel, you know.
Why, I didn't know.
Oh, good heavens, yes, Skipper. I've played the glockenspiel for 30 years.
You must be tired by now.
I beg your pardon, fair lady?
I said I've always admired the glockenspiel.
Yes. As I say, I was eligible, but I let him know so definitely by my manner that I was not the sort to be interested in juvenile horseplay that he never even asked me. What a hideous sound they were making. Don't they realize it's time people were going to bed?
It's only 9:30.
Well, some people might be going to bed. I'm highly gratified to see you're not over there, Skipper. You're the same sort of person I am.
Oh, I am? Am I?
Oh, yes, indeed. More the cerebral type. For us, the quiet walk, the good book, the solitary meditation.
The star grape.
You spoke, fair lady?
I said, I think I'll traipse along upstairs. It's getting a bit chilly.
Oh, well, then I'll be moving along. Good night, fair lady. Good night, Skipper. I hope you can sleep with all that fun, that noise going on.
Good night. Did I sound like that a few minutes ago?
Yes. Have you changed your mind about going over there?
Well, I won't try to pretend I don't want to. I've always detested make-believe. Haven't you?
Oh, darling. You're asking someone who was once an actress. And you haven't always detested it. I can remember at least one instance when you enjoyed it immensely. At least you seemed to.
When was that?
Backstage one night in London, shortly after we met.
Of course. I remember in your dressing room. I happened to mention that I'd never been behind the footlights. And you took me onto the stage. I stumbled over a prop on the way, I remember.
It was a bench from the garden scene.
Yes. And then you turned on the moon. That was an inspiration. We even had music. There was a street musician playing somewhere outside. I can still remember the tune. It went like this.
Fancy you're remembering that. I'd forgotten we ever heard it that night in the theater. It came through so faintly. Well, how do you like it from this side of the footlights?
It's awfully big, isn't it? Listen to the echoes. Far more mysterious and romantic than from the audience side. Think of all the fun and the fine words, the music and the beauty that have been carried across those footlights. And the hard work and the heartache that doesn't get across. Full of ghosts. Listen to the echoes. Heavens, Vicky, what power, what opportunity is given to the people of the stage.
You must have a touch of the actor in you.
Oh, I have. In the privacy of my room, I've often played most of the roles created by Mr. Shakespeare. If I say so myself, my Hamlet leaves nothing more to be done in that direction. And my Romeo is good for a dozen curtain calls at every performance. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
So Romeo would. Was he not Romeo called?
Yes, Mr. Shakespeare didn't know his semantics. Might have made a great difference to Juliet if his name were, say, Hezekiah.
Romeo doth thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
I think he embraces Juliet then.
Oh, no. She's up on the balcony, and he's in the orchard below. At least that's the way Shakespeare wrote it.
Well, there's such a thing as taking stage directions too literally, don't you think? Such a love scene really calls for something better than bellowing at each other from a distance.
Yes, I think you're right. Romeo should be up on the balcony by that time, with one arm around her.
Not both?
No, he holds onto the railing with the other. Something like this.
Yes. It works out rather well, doesn't it?
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls. For stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do, that dares love attempt. What love can do, that dares love attempt. Victoria?
Yes?
May I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you think Bacon really wrote Shakespeare's plays?
Does that really concern you right now?
No, that was shyness speaking, not I. Victoria, Listen to the song that man in the street is playing.
Oh, yes. It's the old apple song.
Yes. Straight from the hedgerows in the heart of England. I once heard the words, but I've forgotten them.
Oh, you remember. I'll give my love an apple without any core. I'll give her a house without any door. I'll give her a palace wherein she may be, and she may unlock it without any key.
Yes, it comes back to me. Now, I remember the ending. My heart is the palace wherein she may be, and she may unlock it without any key.
wonderful. I didn't know you could play.
Oh, what makes you think I'm playing? I'm quite sincere.
Sorry, it's Professor Quincannon.
Well, it makes no difference. He has no right to impugn my motives. I've never philandered and...
Professor
what?
Quincannon,
Who? What? Who? Oh! Quincannon.
William, where have you been?
Over to London, kissing a queen.
Why, you could have knocked me down with a feather. I stepped out for a breather, heard music from over here, and why on earth didn't you tell me you could play a musical instrument when I asked you?
I did tell you. I distinctly said I could play the fiddle flute.
Yes, I heard you, but naturally I thought you were pulling my leg. I mean, after all, a fiddle flute.
It's a very ancient and honorable instrument, and possessed of a really lovely tone.
Well, look here. Wouldn't you like to come over to my house, I mean?
To your house?
Yes, you remember. The Ivy, Chamber Music, and Knockwurst Society.
Oh, that. Is that tonight? Vicky, do you hear?
Yes,
Don't you remember my telling you?
Well, I'd quite forgotten.
Oh, come over now. We'd be delighted to have you join.
Would you really? Oh, I don't know. I really hadn't thought about it, and it's rather late.
Of course, Dr. Hall is more the cerebral type, Professor. You know, the quiet walk, the good book, the solitary meditation.
Victoria, please, let me. I'll handle this.
Like Professor Heathcliff, the well-known glockenspiel enthusiast.
Well, I'm sorry, Doctor. I just thought...
No. I accept your invitation gladly. Let's go.
Good. Come on.
Any Knockwurst left? Victoria, don't wait up for me, my dear, will you? Where's that pickle? Never mind, I have it. Well, I need a hat. No, I guess it's just across the street. Come on, Quincannon. Good night, darling.
Good night. Have a lovely night.
Good night, Mrs. Hall.
Good night.
Why on earth is it called a fiddle flute?
Because it's crippled with a pip. I mean, it's a flute with a pipplement.
Well, you've clarified the matter with an obscurity. What is a fiddle?
A small plug in the upper end.
Oh. I thought perhaps Fiddle was the name of its inventor.
By an odd coincidence, his name was Fiddle. Johann Sebastian Fiddle.
Small man with two heads?
Three heads. Oh. He billed himself as the Fiddle Trio. Available for parties, weddings, and fish fries. No boozer, no chaser, have own tuxedo, will travel.
One night stand?
Only in the Arctic Circle, 6 months engagement.
Evidently not afraid of critical harpoons.
His skin was thick enough to withstand them.
I suppose, like the saxophone, the fiddle flute has been called an ill woodwind that nobody blows good.
The fiddle flute is an intellectual instrument. It does not depend on sax appeal.
For Pete's sake, how long can you keep this up?
Until the memory of man runneth not to the contrary, and the Knockwurst has departed.
Good. I think we'll have a great evening. Here we are. What the heck do we... Ready, Doctor?
Raise the curtain, Professor, and give me a chord in G.
In we go.
Here, what the heck do we care now?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
William, you worry too much. Take things much too seriously.
It's possible, Vicky. Quite possible.
For example, now take this evening. All those faculty members are very fond of you. But how could they possibly know you weren't pulling their legs when you said you played a fiddle flute?
Yes, there's that, of course. And I did have a wonderful time at Quincannon. Yes, maybe you're right. But I'm afraid I can't finish out my term as president of Ivy College, romping through the weeks with gay shrieks of carefree laughter and witticisms for one and all. It's a matter of record, I believe, that those college presidents who have been more staid have.
Have what?
Stayed.
I see. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Gloria Gordon, Alan Reed, Cliff Arquette, and Frank Martin. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Fritz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Elvie Allman, Jill Walker, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Tonight, one of the biggest events of the year takes place in Mel Blanc's little town. The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras holds their annual beauty contest to select Miss Sugaugaboo of 1947. And as the girls in Mel Blanc's town model their bathing suits for their boyfriends, we realize what advances have been made in bathing suits throughout the years. In 1900, this conversation took place.
Michael, what do you think of my new bathing suit?
Oh, they're making them shorter every year. And in 1920, this conversation took place.
Tommy, what do you think of my new bathing suit?
They're making them shorter every year. And in 1947, this conversation between Betty Colby and Mel Blanc took place.
Mel, what do you think of my new bathing suit?
They stopped making them.
Oh, what's the matter, Mel? Don't you think this bathing suit fits me?
I don't think it's even trying to.
Or don't you like it on me?
Hey, look, Betty, here's a write-up about the contest in the paper.
Oh, yes. Here are the rules for the contestants. Attention would-be Ugga-Ugga-Boos.
Well, let me see that. All contestants must be at the Lodge Hall at 8:30 sharp, accompanied by a bathing suit. No contestant may wear a strapless, backless bathing suit unless they can show other means of support. Special note to Bubbles McCarty. We don't care if you do take a bath in it, it's still not considered a bathing suit.
Well, that's not in the paper.
I know, I made it up. Hey, you want to hear another one I made up?
Read the paper.
Yeah. The main prize will be a $100 merchandise order on George Hill's Jewelry Shop. Local businessmen are all contributing prizes. The offer from Green's Funeral Parlor was declined.
Oh, gee, I hope I win.
Well, I'll be voting for you, Betty. Meanwhile, I got to beat it back to the fix-it shop to get dressed. So long.
Hello, Mel.
Professor Prochnick, my favorite piano teacher. What can I fix for you today?
Mel, I want you should fix my tuning fork.
Well, what's the matter with your fork? Is it out of tune?
No, but when I'm eating peas with it, they roll off.
Oh, by the way, Professor, where have you been?
As a matter of fact, Mel, I've been hiding out. You know, every day for the last 3 months, I've been coming to a beautiful blonde's house to give her piano lessons. Now her husband found out about it, and he's sore.
Why should he be sore?
They haven't got a piano.
Say, Professor, are you going to be at the beauty contest tonight?
Yeah, of course.
Isn't it awful, the bathing suits you're going to wear?
Yeah. Terrible.
Listen, Professor, when you get to the lodge meeting tonight, will you vote for my girlfriend, Betty Colby?
Mel, I don't like to interfere, but you are a friend, so I'm telling you. I am just seeing your girl Betty going into Hill's jewelry store with that chic Hartley Benson.
Betty going out with Hartley? Oh, I can't believe it. I just left her and she gave me a dozen kisses.
Well, that's life, Mel. When I first married my Sonia, it was the same way. We were having kisses for breakfast, kisses for lunch, kisses for dinner. Then I had to get a divorce.
Why?
I caught her eating out. Well, so long, Mel. See you tonight.
So long. How do you like that? Betty two-timing me. Going out with Hartley Benson. Well, that's the last straw. I have a good mind to look in my address book and go out with someone else. I think I will. Let me see now. Oh, here's one. Sam's Lumber Yard. Oh, Sam must be busy tonight. May Coe. May Coe? Oh, no, that's a May Company where I bought the book. Gosh, I haven't even got a phone number in this book. Who do I know that's a girl? Oh, here comes that man-crazy cousin of Betty's, Cousin Dottie. She can pass for a girl.
Oh, hello, tall, dark, and... Well, anyway, that's 2 out of 3.
Cousin Dottie, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, Mel, thanks for the compliment. They usually say I'm just a sight. What do you want? And I hope it's me.
Cousin Dottie, there's something I'd like to find out. Just how much do you know about Betty?
Oh, Mel, you're asking me about my nearest and dearest cousin. And before I say a bad word about Betty, may lightning strike this fix-it shop. Mel, do you carry any fire insurance?
Sure.
Well, she's the meanest, most terrible girl I've ever met.
Well, I've heard that Betty is two-timing me. Do you know anything about it?
Well, I'm not the type to say, and I'm not the type to spy, but last night I happened to be walking past the keyhole on my knees. And I saw Hartley Benson and Betty in the parlor.
In the parlor?
Mm-hmm. Mel, why don't you teach Betty a lesson?
I wish I could, but how?
Well, I'm going to be in the contest tonight. I'll bet if I were elected.
That settles it. Cousin Dottie, I'm going to see to it that you're elected Miss Sugaugaboo tonight instead of Betty.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, Mel, imagine me with Miss Sugaugaboo written all over my boo.
Well, wait a minute. I can tell all the lodge members to vote for you, but will you look good in a bathing suit?
Well, certainly. Back home, I was good enough to be put in a beauty ad.
Really?
Yes. Underneath my picture, it said, "She's lovely. She's engaged. She should live so long." Goodbye, Elsie.
Now to get on the phone and tell everybody to vote for Cousin Dottie. That'll teach Betty a lesson she won't forget. Two-time me with Hartley Benson, will she? Where's that address book? I'll call Sam's Lumberyard. Maybe Sam isn't doing anything tonight.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and the Piccolino.
By the Adriatic waters, Venetian sons and daughters are strumming a new tune upon their guitars. It was written by a Latin, a gondolier who sat in his home out in Brooklyn and gazed at the stars. He sent his melody across the sea to Italy, and we know they wrote some words to fit that catchy bit and christened it the Piccolino. And we know that it's the reason why everyone this season is strumming and humming a new melody. casino and hear them play the piccolino. You will dance with your bambino to the strains of the catchy piccolino. You will drink your glass of vino, and when you've had your plate of scallopino, make them play the piccolino, the catchy piccolino, and dance to the strings of that new melody. The piccolino.
Back to Mel Blanc. Tonight, the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras selects Miss Sugaugaboo of 1947. And strangely enough, Mel isn't voting for his girlfriend, Betty Colby. Instead, he has thrown his support to Cousin Dottie because he thinks Betty has fallen for the town Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson. Mel is miserable enough, but to add to his misery, here comes Hartley Benson himself in person.
Hello, Hartley. What's up?
The temperature of every woman who sees great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, when a girl looks at me, it's really a shame it takes 17 firemen to put out the flame.
Car!
Listen, Hartley, what were you doing in the parlor with my girl, Betty?
What do you suppose? Holding hands, of course.
You held Betty's hands?
I had to, otherwise she would have hugged me to death.
So it's true. Betty is that way about you.
Yes, Mel, and I have a confession to make. I'm that way about me, too.
Oh, you make me sick with that talk.
Mel, old boy, in a recent poll taken among housewives to determine which post-war gadget they wanted most in their kitchen, this was the result. 10% voted for a deep freeze unit, 15% for a waffle baker, and 75% wanted an all-purpose Hartley Benson. I tell you, Mel, I'm simply pooped from giving all those free demonstrations. So you see, Mel, I'm essential to every kitchen.
So is a garbage can. Hartley Benson, I don't even want to talk to you. Go talk to yourself.
By George, that's a wonderful idea. How are you, Hartley, old boy? I just couldn't help noticing you in the mirror this morning when you were shaving. You know what I said? I said, Gad, we make a lovely couple. Well, Hartley, time to be saying cheerio to this buffoon Mel Blanc. Well, cheerio, Mel, old boy. I'm so divine, I'm making me mine. Well, nice seeing me.
With the hiccups. What a character. Runs around with Betty and a different woman every night. That's a dog's life. Who wants to live like that? Gosh, where's my lodge president? He's supposed to take me down to the lodge hall, and he still isn't here yet. Would I love to see Cousin Dottie win that contest.
Hello, Brother Zebra.
Oh, there you are, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, let's get down to the hall, Mel. I got the old junk pile waiting outside.
But I thought you got a new car.
Mel, I'm talking about my wife. She's entered the beauty contest. Mel, did you see her last year in a bathing suit? It's strapless and backless.
Oh, how'd she look?
Skinless and overless. The thing, Mel, when I married her, she was like a slender birch.
And now?
Knotty pine. What an effect it's had on me. Every night when she lays down to go to sleep, I yell, Timber! What a woman.
You sound a little disgusted, mighty potentate.
Well, Mel, the other day my wife and I were out pruning in the garden, and she kept yapping, pull the potatoes, thin the onions, spray the lettuce. I just stood there with a sickle in my hand. My wife leaned over and she said, oh, John, I want you to cut off that withered old cabbage hair. Damn, what a temptation. I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Mighty potentate, I want you to do me a favor when we get to the meeting. I want you to vote for Cousin Dottie. I've just decided that I'm not going to marry Betty.
Now you're coming to your senses. Well, let's get on to the meeting, Mel.
Okay, mighty potentate, and don't forget to vote for Cousin Dottie. Gosh, mighty potentate, everybody's here tonight.
Oh, yes, Mel, it's a nice turnout. Well, I better start the contest. Ladies and gentlemen, and Brother Zebras, now the event we've all been waiting for, the grand parade of bathing beauty. Music! Stop the music, brothers, please. No dancing with the contestants. All right, you next. Well, hello, Suki. You enjoying yourself?
Greetings, mighty potentate. I think I'll join the Elks.
Well, hello there, Brother Cushing. Hello, Suki.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clue. I was coming to that.
Suki, there's my daughter, Betty. How do you like her in that bathing suit?
She's wearing a bare midbury, a low cook, she'll catch cold.
Oh, and look, there's Kay Gibbs.
Oh, she's terrific. She's marvelous.
There's Cousin Dottie.
Oh, I'll bet Cousin Dottie wins.
Eh? What makes you say that, Suki?
Well, Mel told everybody to vote for her.
What? Why, where is he? Oh, there he is. Mel Blanc.
Now, look, Mr. Colby, before you get mad, the reason I voted for Cousin Dottie is because Betty threw me over for Hartley Benson. She even went to the jewelry store with him.
Oh, you idiot, you. Betty went to the jewelry store with Hartley Benson to select something for you.
Me?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, holy cat. What did I do?
Ladies and gentlemen, the result of the contest. 6 votes for Babe Reimer. 9 votes in a proposal from the trombone player for Kay Gibbs. Wait, it's 20 votes for Betty Colby and 20 votes for Cousin Dottie. The contest ends in a tie. Oh, this is all your fault, Mel Blanc. I'm going to break every bone in your...
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Colby. I think I've got an idea. We need 1 vote, and if...
Oh, Mel, stop mumbling. Follow the example of your head and get to the point.
Well, the rules of the contest said any loyal zebra can vote. Mr. Colby, do we have branches outside the country?
Well, of course we do. Why?
You wait here. I'll be back in a second.
Remember, inasmuch as the contest ended in a tie, we'll have to vote again. For either Betty Colby or Cousin
Un momento, Presidente Cucaracho.
Just a minute. Who are you?
Greetings, brother zebras. I am the South American delegate. Agapulka.
Well, greetings, Mel. Brother Zebra. What brings you here?
Just a moment, Brother Colby. I'm chairman of the membership committee, and I want to question this member. Where are you from?
I come from Rio.
Why are you here?
Well, it's been raining every night in Rio for months. And confidentially, we don't do nothing. I came here to cast a vote for Miss Sugaugaboo.
Now, just a moment. We'll have to question you further. What zebra branch are you from?
The Inca branch.
The Incas have been dead for 300 years.
No wonder they don't pay their dues.
This doesn't sound right. Now, just what do you do in South America?
Well, I am a big planter. I grow nuts.
Cashew?
Gesundheit.
This is ridiculous. What is your name?
Don Pedro Sebastian Eduardo Gracia Manuelo Gonzalez Managua, Nicaragua.
That's a long name.
Wait, I'm not finished yet. Juan Enrico Fernandez Ricardo Tomaso Rafael Benvenito Jose Jr.
Is that your name?
No, that is the name of my donkey.
Where is your donkey?
I left him home.
Why?
You think I'm going to say giddy up Don Pedro Sebastian Eduardo Garcia Manuel?
Please. Something smells fishy here.
Maybe it's me. I swam all the way from Catalina.
What?
Well, I want to vote for Betty Colby.
You want to vote for Betty Colby?
Si.
Ah, then my daughter wins the contest.
Si.
Just a moment. Here's a ballot that's stuck in the bottom of the box.
Si.
It's for Cousin Dottie.
Si.
That makes it 21-21, and it ties up the score again.
I am getting seasick.
Gosh, Betty, I'm sorry about everything, but you shouldn't have run away. You should have stayed until the end of the meeting.
Mel Blanc, you're still a moron.
Oh, Father, it was all due to a misunderstanding. Now, you take that back.
All right, I'm sorry if he's a moron.
That's better.
My goodness, you'd think I was one on purpose. Betty, let me tell you what happened at the meeting. The contest was run over again with Hartley Benson as judge. So Hartley awarded the prize to the one he thought was the most ravishing creature there.
Well, Mel, tell me, who won the beauty contest?
Hartley Benson.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
What a treat to brush your teeth with the new Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. So lively, so freshening, so out-and-out cleansing. Its sparkling foam dances into every corner of your mouth, leaves your breath fresh and sweet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this new all-purpose tooth powder gives a dazzling performance, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. Colgate tooth powder does everything you demand of a dentifrice. So for teeth that naturally sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guests, everybody's favorite, Ted Lewis, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack of the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Last of all, this is Jimmy Wallington, here to tell you that your car can last many, many thousands of miles more than you may expect. Don't think it's about through because it's gone 30 or 40,000 miles.
Life begins at 40,000 when you see your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly for top quality technical products and services. Famous from coast to coast. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first day of spring.
Yeah?
The day when Mother Nature awakens and the sap stirs in the trees. Now, we can't bring you Mother Nature tonight, but we can bring you the sap. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I certainly enjoyed your rather dull tribute to spring. Spring in New York. So much has been cut out, I don't even know what's left here. Spring in New York, the birds, the trees, the green things shooting up, Jimmy.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York.
Did you see the St. Patrick's Day parade last Friday, Jimmy? That was a man left over from the parade. I told you people were getting pushed into places with the crowd. Well, that's the parade was certainly green, Jimmy. It was greener than a grasshopper's instep and had twice as much kick in it.
Say, that was some parade. You know, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 7 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did, Jimmy.
Now, how did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, I joined the Knights of Columbus, marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle, and stepped out on the other side of the street.
Say, Fred, how come every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen stop traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Jimmy, do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen? Unless, of course, it is 50,000 other Irishmen who might... Spring, you know, it rained all day of the parade. The parade shrunk 3 blocks, I think. It shrunk up from the rain. Spring, when a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of his induction day. Spring is when... Well, Portland, Portland, tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Tomorrow starts National Donut Week, too.
National Donut Week, that's right. This week, all the Dunkers come to New York to hold their convention. New York will see some of the biggest drips in the country. Do you like to dunk?
Do I? I've been put out of Schrapp's 3 times.
Put out of Schrapp's 3 times. Is that little old lady with the shawl still the bouncer in Schrapp's? You mean you were caught dunking in there?
Yes, and I'm a sneaky dunker.
How do you mean you're a sneaky dunker?
I stand my menu up in front of my coffee.
In front of the coffee, yeah?
Then I slip the donut over the side of the cup. Sneaky-like.
Oh, sneaky-like, eh? Well, that's fine.
Do you dunk?
Oh, yes, but I don't horse around. I put 4 or 5 donuts in the cup. When the donuts soak up all the coffee, I eat the whole thing with a knife. And leaving you with that soggy thought, I think I'll be off to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, spring is with us again, and the government is asking all of the people who can to start victory gardens this year to grow their own vegetables. And so our question tonight is, have you started your victory garden yet? And if you have, how are things growing?
Shall we go?
As one strapless evening gown said to the other strapless evening gown, what's holding us up? Well, looks like something fell off the Fitch bandwagon. Strange people pass here in the alley. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is here.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, are you taking action in his Victory Garden campaign?
Yes, indeed. If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
from now on every taxpayer will get the same seed.
The same seeds? You mean that in the past there has been seed discrimination?
Last spring, a certain Republican wrote his congressman for seed. The congressman was a Democrat.
Yes.
The Republican planted his seed.
Yes.
2 months later, a bush came up.
Mm-hmm.
On the bush hung one little piece of fruit.
Yes.
That expressed the congressman's sentiment.
Well, how could a Democrat express his sentiments toward a Republican with that one piece of fruit?
It was a raspberry.
Well, the senator looks like something the president just vetoed. Well, let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. You name it, we've got it. Mrs. Corn, how do you... The old record man. Mrs. Corn, how do you feel about Victory Garden?
For the last 2 years, I've had Victory Garden.
Good for you.
But something always happens.
Well, how do you mean?
Last year, my husband threw some old Vitalis bottles out in the garden.
Yes.
When the lettuce came up,
yes,
every head had hair on it.
Well, that couldn't happen with the apples. The apples are Baldwins, aren't they, that you have? Tell me,
That's a pick'em.
Have you planted your Victory Garden this year?
Yes, I stepped in it yesterday and nearly got drowned.
Well, how could you step into a garden and almost get drowned?
There was a leak in the watercress.
Mrs. Corn had better put pontoons on her carrots, I must tell her. Well, what will happen if I knock at this next door, I wonder?
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, are you doing anything about a Victory Garden this year?
Victory Garden, it says. My whole house I'm turning into a farm. It is strictly rural.
It's rural, eh?
Mm-hmm. In the dining room, I'm keeping chickens. Plymouth Rock.
Good.
In the bedroom, I'm keeping a cow, a Hoboken.
A Hoboken cow?
It's a Jersey.
It has dawned on me.
Yeah, I thought it was. The kitchen, I am covering with dirt and planting.
You're planting? What did you plant in the kitchen?
All kinds of crap. Carrots, Brussels sprouts, rooted bagels, radishes. Cuke should be with combats.
Gosh, you must be getting plenty of vegetables.
I'm getting nothing.
Well, why?
Why the canaries escaping the cage and eating up all the radish seeds.
Ate up all your radish seeds?
Instead of all day chirping, the canary is all day boiping.
Well, what about your other seeds, Mr. Nussbaum?
One of the chickens is pecking out the turnip, carrot, and spinach seeds.
How do you know?
This morning, the chicken is jumping on the table.
And?
The chicken is laying a vegetable dinner with an egg on it.
Well, that brings us to the little FHA job at the end of the alley.
A toast to all. Clink your glasses. Falstaff's here to please the masses.
Minnie Singer Openshaw. You have more new poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard Nellie raised a terrible fuss when that stranger kissed her on top of the bus?
No.
Or the stale glass of beer to the pretzel said, "Forgive me, Cookie, I lost my head."
Not by Tennyson, is it?
No, straight Openshaw.
Openshaw, I haven't heard it.
Or perhaps they wanted my mother to shinny up a steeple before they put her on We the People.
Now, wait. If I stick to you, I will be the man in the street. It so happens that tonight our subject is Victory Garden.
Precisely why I am here. I have contrived a poem.
Well, what is your garden poem called?
My Victory Garden's a great success.
How does it go?
My Victory Garden's a great success. My crops have exceeded my hope. My beets are as big as basketballs. My string beans don't have string, they have rope. My asparagus stalks look like buggy whips. My corn is as big as a bunion. People start crying 10 miles away when I take the skin off an onion. I defy you to lift one of my peas. My rhubarb's as high as a pole. If you want to boil one of my cabbages, you'll have to use the Yale bowl. Yes, my Victory Garden's a great success. There's only one fact I bemoan. When I want to get a tomato,
I still have to call her by phone.
And as Falstaff holds his sacroiliac while he bows, Maestro Al Goodman lays aside his racing form and makes ready for our next entry. High-Low Jack and the Dame. Tonight the kids sing Chi-Chi Castanango.
Money. Who wants money? In Chi-Chi Castanango. In Chi-Chi Castanango. When they do not care for money and though you may think it's funny, it's the thinking down at Chi-Chi Castanango. Oh, if you speak Malango, come to Chi-Chi Castanango. They think you hit $1 till the evil starts to holler and to speak it down at Chi-Chi Castanango. Then if you're full of bags, cause there's not a chance that you lose your plan, American ambition, to do a new Fandango in Chi-Chi Castanango. If you like the panorama, take the top of your pajamas, and I'll meet you down at Chi-Chi Castanango. You don't want a collar, you can't spend $1, you just want to follow the crowd. There's no way of knowing just where you are going, you live with your head in the cloud. You'll find that everything is peachy, just peachy, down at Chi-Chi Castanango, in Chi-Chi Castanango, where the girl you left behind you has no end of way to find you, she can reach you down at Chi-Chi Castanango. And so be glad you can go to Chi-Chi Castanango. Take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi. There's a fortune and a future for the baker and the butcher. Mother Nature is a teacher for the porter and the preacher. Take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi Castanango.
Swell. Say, Jimmy, what are you writing there? If you're filling out your income tax, you're a week late, you know.
Oh, no, Fred. I'm working on the last chapter of my mystery.
Oh, no kidding. You've written a mystery story?
That's right.
What is it about?
Well, I call it The Strange Case of the Missing Motor.
Oh,
or Who Tried to Kill Lizzie Carr.
Oh.
As the story opens, Lizzie, an old family automobile, is found dying in a traffic jam. The police investigate and put the blame on age, because Lizzie has gone more than 40,000 miles. But then I arrive, flash my Texaco star, and snap into action.
Oh, you're the detective, are you?
Inspector J. Marfack Wallington of Texaco Yard, sir. I give Lizzie's owner the 3rd degree. I fasten the blame on his neglect, not on her age. I prove that with regular Texaco care, regular Texaco Marfack lubrication, and regular changes of Texaco's famous motor oil, insulated Haviland, there's lots of life in Lizzie yet.
Well, how does your story end?
Oh, it doesn't end, Fred.
No end, eh?
No, because with Texaco care, Lizzie keeps right on rolling along for many, many more thousands of miles. And the moral is, at Texaco dealers, life begins at 40,000.
Yep. That was Little Lambsy Divey from You Know What, played by Al Goodman and 20 pale men who are appearing through the courtesy of the Red Cross Blood Bank. Well, I guess we better...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
Have I any more jokes to say tonight?
No, not tonight. Why?
I'm going to turn my script into the waste paper drive.
Well, that's a good idea, Portland. We all should conserve paper.
Oh, the big stores have stopped dropping bundles to save paper.
I know that.
Yesterday, Mama bought 10 pounds of roast beef.
And the butcher didn't wrap it?
It was terrible.
What?
2 buzzards followed Mama up 9th Avenue.
2 buzzards, really? Well, I know a man who bought a bottle of liquor, and they didn't wrap the bottle of liquor, and 4 bums followed the man right into his house. One mendicant had a corkscrew. Well, I've got to get busy, Portland. Our guest should be here any minute.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Ted Lewis. You know, Ted is packing them in at Dave Wolfer's famous nightclub, the Hurricane, and he's going to run over here between his shows. I have to see Ted tonight. It's very, very important.
Why?
Well, Warner Brothers just made Shine On Harvest Moon, you know, based on the life of Nora Bayes and Jack Norworth, and the picture is such a big hit, another company wants to make the life of Ted Lewis.
Who's going to play Ted Lewis?
Well, I am. Is everybody happy? Yeah? The first picture that got laughed before it was made. What are you laughing at?
Does Ted Lewis know it?
No, I'm going to tell him. This is Ted now. Now, don't crack. Come in. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Ted Lewis. Is everybody happy? Ted, before we get started, there's one question I would like to ask you.
Yes, Fred?
Today, the nations of the world are beating each other's brains out. Food is scarce. You can't get a seat on trains. Taxes are high. And you're still going around the country saying, is everybody happy? How come?
Fred, do I tell you how to run your radio program?
No, Ted.
Well, please, let me hush the call my own way.
Well, now, look, please. Now, let's not start with an argument. There's a big deal on the fire. Have you seen that new picture, Shine On, Harvest Moon?
Why, yes, Fred. You know, it's a great tribute to Noah Vase. A picture like that will perpetuate the memory of any artist.
Well, how would you like to have a picture glorifying your career?
Fred, you're kidding.
No, Ted. You have been one of America's favorite entertainers for many years. Now, Hollywood wants to make a picture called The Life of Ted Lewis.
Well, who's going to play Ted Lewis?
I am.
With that face?
Well, now, wait a minute, Ted. Look, as faces go, you are no Robert Taylor.
Yes, and I'm no Boris Karloff either.
No, frankly, you look like an old Mickey Rooney. An old Mickey. I could have stopped at that.
That's not the script.
So, you know, those makeup men out in Hollywood can work wonders, Ted. They can make me look exactly like you.
But you're 8 inches taller than I am.
Why, they can take out my shin bones, Ted. Now, look, if my kneecaps rest on my ankles, I will be just your height. I may have some skin hanging down around my shoes, but who will notice it?
Fred, you know, I thought a person had to be dead before they eulogized him in a picture.
Well, that's right. The company sent a man to New York. He looked you over, and they're going ahead with the picture. I will play you to perfection.
That's just my luck. Alexander Graham Bell gets Don Amici to play his life, and I get a schnook like you.
If you don't like the grain, we could make that whole wheat in there. I mean, don't worry, your life will be a sensation.
But what company, Fred, is making the picture?
MGM.
Great. MGM make terrific musicals. Metro Golden Mare.
Well, look, Metro isn't making the picture, Ted.
But you said MGM.
This is another MGM. Muck and Fuss, Goldblatt, and Mandelbaum.
What, they're in the picture business now?
Well, you know the boys?
Well, look at the label in this coat.
Muck and Fuss Goldblatt. Believe me, Ted, the picture will fit you better than that suit.
Those three tailors aren't making any picture about me.
But, Ted,
I don't want the story of my life to come out with a belt in the back.
Ted, this picture will make you. If I'm going to lead your life, of course, I should know a little something about you. You know, after your early days being with carnivals and medicine shows in the Middle West, you came to New York.
Yes, I had a band of rectors, and later the old Parody Club.
Well, who played with you, Ted?
Well, a boy named Benny Goodman played the clarinet.
Benny Goodman?
Another boy named Jimmy Dorsey played saxophone.
Benny Goodman and Jimmy Dorsey.
You know, Fred, I often wonder, what became of those two boys?
Who knows? You know how it is. They're probably with Spike Jones or Zeke Manners by now. So who else was at the Parody Club, Ted?
Well, there was a kid named George Raft dancing at Charleston. I fired him, though. I figured he'd never amount to much.
George Raft? Why, George Raft was on our program last Sunday.
You see, I was right.
Well, Ted, so much for the plot of the picture. About here in the picture, I think we'll need one of your old songs.
Well, how about Sunny Side of the Street?
Say, that would be great, Ted. How did you used to sing it?
Well, as I remember, Fred, it went something like this. Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave all of your worries back on that old doorstep and just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Oh, listen, can't you hear that pitter-pat? Why, that's the happy, happy tune, and it's your step. You know that life can be so sweet on that sunny side of the street. You know, folks, I used to walk on parade with those balloons in the shade. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not afraid, no sir. I'm one rover who crossed over. And if I never have a cent, as any Rockefeller. And there's going to be gold dust at my feet on that sunny side of the street. And you know, it's just around the corner. Around the corner, that's where the sun will shine on high. And you'll hear those little bluebirds. They'll be singing on a rainbow up in the sky. They don't say why even though it's dark and it's cloudy, don't worry, the sun will peek through and say, howdy, howdy, buddy, howdy. Just around the corner. Well, if I never have a cent, I don't care, I'll be as rich, richer than all of the Rockefellers. And there'll be gold dust at my feet. Come on with me to that sunny side of the street. Come on along. Come on.
Say, that was great, Ted. You know, you can't beat those old songs. Tell me, what happened after you got your band together?
Well, I played around the country in shows and in vaudeville.
In vaudeville, hey? You know, I was in vaudeville years ago, Ted. Remember some of those old acts we used to play with? Remember Happy Saul Klein, the glass eater?
Yes, I was on the bill with Saul in Duluth when he got ptomaine.
Ate a dirty window or something.
Yes, you know they operated on Saul, the glass eater.
They operated on Saul, did they?
Yes.
They
took out 3 fruit cups, 2 water pitchers, and a set of Japanese chimes.
Say, remember some of those other acts we used to play with? Fields and Fink, that snappy duo. Honey Shapiro, Southern aristocrat of song.
And do you remember Mahatma, the tightrope walker?
Oh, Mahatma. He used to drink a lot.
Well, yes. One night Mahatma was tight, and the rope wasn't. Well, so long, Mahatma.
Remember that other old act, Shimmick, the fire eater?
You know, I haven't seen Shimmick for years.
Oh, well, he went to pieces, Ted.
Yeah?
The last time I saw Shimmick, the fire eater, he was hanging around French restaurants, snapping at crepe Suzettes. Absolutely true. Remember that contortionist, Faye the frog?
Say, I knew Faye the frog when he was only a tadpole.
No kidding. Whatever became of Faye?
Well, Faye retired, Fred. He's living in a swamp down in Florida.
He's got his, huh?
Yes.
Ted, remember some of those boarding houses we used to stop at?
Did you ever live in that boarding house in Cheyenne, Wyoming, Mother Boone?
Oh, Mother Boone's. Dan's niece, as I remember.
Yes.
For dinner, every guest got a whole steer. You could back the steer into the fireplace and roast as much of it as you wanted.
Yeah, they used to make wheat cakes as big as manhole covers.
Ah, that was some eating in those days. They had Indian waitresses at Mother Boone's. When a waitress brought your coffee, her papoose would lean out and drop 2 lumps of sugar in it.
Hey, you know, this stuff is going to be swell in the picture.
Ah, the life of Ted Lewis. It'll be bigger than Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, Ted.
Hey, are you sure that you can play me, Fred?
Is everybody happy?
Uh-huh.
Why, I'll play Ted Lewis, so you come out like Danny Kaye. Now all we need is a theme song for the picture.
Well, why don't you do When My Baby Smiles at Me?
All right, Ted, you sing a chorus and show me how it goes.
Okay, Fred. All right, here's a little song I hope you'll all remember and never forget, entitled When My Little Baby Smiles at Me. Why my thoughts go roaming to paradise. And when my baby smiles at me, gee, what a wonderful light that comes to her eyes. Listen, buddy, give all the folks out there, give them the smile that just brings love. That's it. Why, that's the smile that brings real harmony. You know, I sigh and I cry. Why, my baby, when my baby. Now, Fred, come on. Show me you can do it now.
Oh, when my baby, my little baby, my baby smiles at me. My thoughts go roaming. They roam all around. They roam to paradise. Is everybody sleeping? When my baby smiles at me, Theodore. That's it. There's such a wonderful light.
What a wonderful light.
And it isn't neon, Ted. It's a wonderful light. It is just love.
Now, what's this spot right here?
I'll be careful, Ted. Kind of love. That brings... I was a little late, Ted. I was a little late for the love. On the 5 o'clock train. Brings sweet harmony. I sigh. I sigh. Where is that baby? Smiles at me. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Ted Lewis for dropping in tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ed Gardner, the popular Archie at Duffy's Tavern. And incidentally, I'm going over to Duffy's Tuesday night to talk things over with Archie. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you to help the Red Cross, help the boys who need your help. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.